So there's no logical connection between long and lat and shape of the Earth.
Right. Well, we are live now. Let's see whether we can get a link in. It took a while, didn't it? There you go. Right. We are live. Who are the pictures of people in the chat? Okie dokie. Wait for a few people to get in. Go and get your brews ready. Because we'll be doing logic. This has come about because this is where I lose a load of subs. Right, so wait a minute, let me get the logic up that we're going to be going over. Now, we've had this logic for quite a while, this one in particular. We originally we came up with the logic first because it seemed one of the most sensible logics to start off with for us, because we were dealing with the going back to basics. We're going back to basics, and we were doing how to go from a straight line and what would be the first sort of proof you could gain through a logical statement. We were sort of practicing the modus tollens version of logic, and then this one came up. Well, this one's more of a statement logic, but I messed about with it and turned it into an if-then just because I thought it was fun. We've got some triggered model afflicted in the chat. Okay, check. Thank you very much. What are we talking about? We're turning it into something we're not. We're just going over some simple logic. Whatever you are, you know who you are in the chat. So, yeah. This logic was done ages ago when we were developing the if-then from the mess that was the BS. The one that got turned into a picture that wasn't logic. It was formed on the modus tollens. So this one comes in a line from the I think that I have put all of the other ones in the logic folder. Euclid. So initially this was the first one, and then we'll have Is everybody in here? Yeah, we all right? Are we gonna lock this room down, or are we just gonna trust that everybody's okay? Everybody that's in here is all right. So anytime you want to speak up, anyone about any of this stuff, feel free. But we're going over the basics of the horizontal parallel logic. A few more people chance to come in if they want, but I guess it's a bad time. So are we ready to start?
Yeah, I'm here, Bev.
Yeah.
Don't know who else is there.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie, right. So the first thing we've got here, I don't know whether you can see that, but I don't suppose you can on the... No, it looks better like that. This first bit was made for a t-shirt design. And as we like to mess about, the fun in actually making this as this for a t-shirt design was to I'd say trigger, but I mean get the conversation going a bit about what is it, right? So what we did was we got the letters and we got the mathematical signs for parallel. And then we got the logical signs for the backwards C, this thing here. This is a if-then statement from logic. So you have if this, then this. And then this is an and from logic. So if this, then this and this. So it states... if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. Simply stated. Now, I'll get these other pictures that I got in earlier. Now, that was based from a statement that we got from Euclid, which is here. So that was just a little bit of t-shirt logic that we made up to sort of express this, but this is the lead up to the next part, which is the fun part. So this one states, so the conversation of the first bit of logic that we put out was the A and was to get people to understand what the statement was, right? So the statement is straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. Proposition 30, book 1, the elements, Euclid, the foundations of geometry. It's a logical statement which reads true. I mean, it's obviously true. It's within the elements. It's never been falsified, and that's what the elements is. It's logical book of geometry. So straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. I mean, it makes sense. It rings true because it's logic. It's a logical statement. But there are proofs within geometry that go along with this. If you can follow the procedure, then you will have got the proof that the angles are all the same. But I mean, this is proposition 30. All of the way which we will be going through with Euclid. It starts at, obviously, 0 and builds all of the way up. And it's proof on proof on proof all the way along. So this is step 30. And this just states that straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. Provable fact, it's proposition 30. QED means, I don't know whether you can see that on the YouTube. QED means as has been demonstrated. And there is the demonstration of the proof for the straight lines which are parallel to. But I mean, it makes sense anyway. So that was this particular statement, but this was only the build up to it. That's the base, the foundations that lay the grounds for the next statement, which was the 3 lines. I'll move it up there a bit. 3 lines, which is mathematical symbol for horizontal. Parallel to if, this is the if then. So we've got if horizontal lines parallel. That's the best I could do for the horizon, but it's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Then horizontals are parallel to horizontals. All horizontals are parallel. So the simple logical statement is if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Or read the other way, you can get rid of the if and the then in this one and say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other. It's a statement, but I mean, I prefer the if then because at least it gives people a chance to do. Oh, I don't know. Well, logic is there's only the antecedent being if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. So that's the basic logical statement that we're going to look at tonight. And we're going to try and go over it as thoroughly as possible with everybody here to try and work out if there's any flaws. So we're going to treat this as a logical argument that we are going to put up for discussion and to narrow down and get as basic as possible and see if whether we can improve on it or not. Anybody that wants to come in, you can come and join the Discord. But we'll be doing this first and then opening the floor up after for everybody to go over. So, I think what should we start off with? We start off with make sure the definitions of everything that we're talking about within this logical statement, we've got them covered, and there's no misunderstandings of anything within this framework, right? So, within the statement, what do you reckon we need to go over? We've got if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right there you have, like I mentioned earlier, the plane of the horizon. That's the phrasing there. Like that might need some addressing because where did it come from, Why is it there?
Okay, so we'll start off with horizontals. We can we make an assumption on this for this argument, at least, that horizontal is a straight line. Just for the basis of this argument, as we're talking about horizontals. So it's just a straight line, because the rest of it and the positions of it or whatever are dictated to by the argument and within the argument. So the only assumption that we need to make within the horizontal thing at the minute is that it is a straight line. Everyone be
Yes.
okay with that? So we'll make an assumption that a horizontal is a straight line, and because let me check whether. Oh yeah, there it is. Right. So also for I've got the here definition 35 within Euclid geometry. We try and stick to geometry, and then all the definitions are already well defined and checked, right? Parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which, being produced ever so far both ways, do not meet. Now that's within the same plane, so that's within the definitions of the plane geometry for parallel lines. I only just realised that. I don't know. Best have a look in the book 11 for a better definition. Plane. Oh, there you go. Do you want? That would be better, wouldn't it? If I give you a definition from book 11. Book 11, solid geometry. That's in real life geometry. States here at the bottom, parallel planes are such as do not meet one another though produced. Parallel planes. So would everybody be okay with that? We're assuming that the normal definition of parallel would be good, or the definition within Euclidean geometry for what parallel planes are within the form of the logic.
Absolutely.
I would almost say that that's the only definition of parallel there is, so yes, of course.
Okay, so and then the only other thing would be a plane. Yeah, that would be the only other definition that we would need. That would be from a plane geometry early on. Superficies is that which has only length and breadth. Let me see if I can find out for you. Book 11 definitions. I should have that really. Right, okie dokie. I will get the picture for that for you too. Right, and a book 1 definitions, there you go. A superficie is that which has only length and breadth, 2 dimensions. A plane superficie is a plane surface. Is that in which any 2 points being taken, the straight line between them lies wholly in that superficies, which is the surface. So that would that be okay for a plane? So we've covered horizontal being a straight line, parallel definition of within Euclidean geometry, the plane definition of within Euclidean geometry, well understood, 2 dimensions. The only other one is, well, the plane of the horizon. Well, the horizon being the apparent position where the sky meets the land or water or whatever. The true horizon would be over water, so it would be, as you're looking out, where the sky seems to meet the water. And since we're talking the plane of the horizon, it means a plane in that direction, right, of the horizon. Anybody see any problems with anything like that? The plane makes it a 2-dimensional thing, and the horizon would position that in a place.
Yes, but I also see that the word horizontal and the word horizon can still be, how to put it, like you don't, it can be disagreed with to the point where you would have to go back then and demonstrate the plane afterwards. Yeah, you see what I mean?
We can do the definitions of what it is to be looked at, but I mean, we're just trying to deal with the assumptions at the minute. So
yes,
we're assuming that horizontal's a straight line, parallel is as known to be parallel, plane as known to be a 2-dimensional surface, but I mean, a line drawn within the surface would be a straight line. And the horizon, we could just assume it to be the apparent meeting of the sky and the water, let's say, for the true horizon. But that plane would always be in that position. I mean, would you want to say that you could have a topographical horizon? Would that be a contention that you would be looking for?
That would be like ever changing and depending on a lot of factors. And no, as in no. Short answer, no.
But the plane of that horizon, it being topographical, would be a mean plane, still established as being the plane of the horizon, right? You know, it wouldn't be tilted at any way or anything, would it? It would always be, as you would imagine, the plane of the horizon. I'm trying not to say that word because obviously we're into the logic, right? And we're just trying to make the assumptions of what, like, anybody could argue about anything right now. The contention, we can't really argue that horizontal's a straight line. We've not even started with the logic yet. We're dealing with just the assumptions within the logic before we start the definitions, or the definitions being the assumptions, right? We're just sort of trying to sum all of the parts of this up, because the second half has just got horizontals and parallel. Well, we've already dealt with those assumptions in the first half. So the only bone of contention we've got at the minute is horizon. Just on for the assumptions at the beginning before we start the logical process of the argument. So has anybody got any problems with us just saying that the horizon is the apparent meeting or junction of, for want to make it any difficult, we're going over water looking for the true horizon and just saying it is the plane where the sky meets the water, the apparent position. But we're going to put a plane there, so the plane makes it geometrical. Is that okay for everyone? As an
It's okay with
assumption.
me.
Good. Right, so let's start. Anybody got any problems with any of the definitions that we've just used as well? You're okay with the meanings of all of the words that we're going to be using within this? I want to be as thorough as possible, but I want to keep it nice and simple for everyone to understand. Don't want to try and make it any more difficult. We've tried to keep this one. This is our first logic for the peoples to just have a conversation about. That's all it's about. This is just to get your brain ticking over and just thinking a bit of logic. So everybody's all right with that. Okay, here we go then. The statement says, this statement in particular states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that's an if. And then it goes, the antecedent would be the if. And the consequent of that antecedent, the if, is then all horizontals are parallel to each other. In the way that two straight lines or straight lines parallel to the same straight line would be parallel to each other. This is the same way that the horizontal planes, if they are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then they will be parallel to each other as a logical statement. So how would we falsify this statement? Because, or is everybody happy with that? I mean, like, does that sound logical, right? I mean, all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean, does anybody know anything about horizontals?
Well, I can say for sure that every single horizontal that I've ever, leveled, whether it's with a auto level or just a standard level, or they've always been parallel. And that's the whole reason it's a horizontal, because it's parallel with your last one, you see.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right, so it says here that parallel
I can't
planes...
see how, if you're using the correct tool, that you'd ever have anything other than a parallel horizontal. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so parallel planes are such as do not meet one another though produced, right? So have you ever established a horizontal that has met another horizontal in a different plane? Like, have you ever had horizontals ever intersecting each other?
Well, if they intersect, they become the same line, the same horizontal.
Yeah.
But
I mean, different planes of horizontals intersecting.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had that? Because that would be how you would falsify horizontals.
Well, if I measure the difference between a horizontal and another horizontal, then one of the horizontals is wrong.
Yeah, it just wasn't a horizontal.
So you'd have to check your level, what you've used.
Right, and that would be because they would all be parallel with the plane of the horizon. Every one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would have to, in order to falsify this statement, which seems very simple to me, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to... Well, as far as I know, horizontals are parallel to each other, like Spot On just said. That's what I knew to be true at the beginning. And that's why I said the horizon cannot rise to eye level because horizontal planes don't rise. They wouldn't rise to the level of my eye because then it would be intersecting with the horizontal that's already there. And I know for a fact that horizontals do not intersect. That's in my life anyway. So in
I don't know anyone
Oh, go on.
that's ever, created a horizontal. Like I said, if the horizontal isn't parallel to the other horizontal that you've already established, then there is something wrong. There's no way you'd say it was anything else. No one would say, "Oh, this horizontal over is different to the other one. Shall we let it go?"
Yeah.
It's it'd have to be, levels checked and whatever. That's reality.
So in order to falsify the logic, what we need to find is one horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. Just one. Like a black swan of all horizontals. But, like Spot On's just said, if there were one, then there would have to be many. And there aren't. They all are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So we're not going to find a horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. So is there any other way we could possibly falsify this logic and find horizontals that aren't parallel to each other?
I don't think there's a way to establish that, whether or not a horizontal is not horizontal to another horizontal.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? You would have to make a horizontal not horizontal in order to make it not parallel to the plane of the horizon, in which case it wouldn't be a horizontal any longer.
Exactly.
And you couldn't falsify this logic. So this not being any particular type of logic other than just simple as we thought we could make a logical statement, basically for a t-shirt design, and to help teach us formulate simple logical statements from reality to help us understand what we already knew was true. In reality, all horizontals are parallel. That's how surveying works.
Yeah. If you're at one position and you look to another position, you can literally offer up a level. You've got your 4 foot level, and you looked over a distance, say a few hundred meters, to another house. You'd be able to look at that horizontal and see the windows that are level with it, if they are fitted level. You can do things like that. They're just the same. So, like you look across from one place to another, and it's a long distance. You'll see that the buildings are all parallel, level and parallel.
Right. So,
I mean vertical, should I say, and level or horizontal? Yeah.
I've got some other things to back up. Math, open reference, because this is the best bit. In order to look up horizontal in mathematics, or anywhere really, doesn't matter. But it's particularly mathematics, because mathematics we trust. Right? We're not these flat earthers or anything that don't trust mathematics or anything. We definitely trust mathematics. So
yeah, we use it.
That's where we go to for this. I mean, this is geometry, right? A horizontal line is one which runs left to right across the page, as everybody knows. In geometry, which is earth measurement, right? Because that's just a horizontal line. We're on the page. We'll be talking about in geometry, actual Earth measurement. A horizontal line is one which runs left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. Horizontals being straight lines and parallel to the horizon, which seems to implicate the horizon being a straight line, right? With a straight line being parallel to it, would deem the horizon a straight line within mathematics. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, it does say at the bottom of this bit here. I don't know whether the horizon is horizontal. It says that at the bottom of the page there. That's math, open reference. Anybody wants to?
And yeah, to make the point extra clear, is parallelism can only be achieved between two straight lines. It's the only place you can find parallelism. You cannot have it anywhere else.
There you go. Yeah, very true. Here's another one that I found. Ooh. It says any horizon over an ocean is horizontal, which has a slope of 0 or no slope. There is no steepness, so no incline or decline. The complete opposite of half dome. Actually, that's a rock or something. The two will be perpendicular. Perpendicular being straight lines, but I mean, we don't need to go to that. We don't need to worry about the other geometric fact behind these.
That previous one you posted also from Math Open Reference, where it says, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. That's basically also why I made the point about the plane of the horizon in the logical statement, because that needed to be like underscored.
Yeah. Here's another one. This is from subjectcoach.com, tutorials, math topic, math definitions. It says definition of horizontal. It's got a picture of the horizontal, and it says something is horizontal if it goes from side to side rather than up and down. Horizontal lines go from left to right and are parallel to the horizon. That's another one. Mathematics, parallel to the horizon. As Suragaki's just said, parallel is straight lines, and horizontal, as we know. I mean, it's looking, because I was going to say the other way of them doing it. I mean, I know there are certain adult Globe Earth Discord servers that do say horizontal bends. Well, I'd say it's a straight line, and mainly. There's another one here, but this is I have to put this one in. My favourite definition of horizontal is it's a horizontal condition. It says is the equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. That's a horizontal condition. A fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. I'll find some more.
I like that.
Yeah. Oh, that was in the
Horizontal
definition
condition.
Yeah, that was the definition of level, that though. So it wasn't technically, it was a sneak that one in. Not technically a definition of horizontal. Here we go. Here's a couple of dictionary definitions of horizontal. Horizontal position, parallel to the horizon. There for horizontal. Measured or contained in a plane parallel to the horizon. Horizontal distance. Anything horizontal is a plane. We get some more. Oh, I noticed Stark Odder's coming in. I wonder if he wants to come and talk about this. Geometric.
So when you asked earlier if there's any other way we can fault the logic, I also had in mind, of course, the curved horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
But you can go and double check in reality, whether or not it's a straight line. So I didn't bring it up.
Oh, look at this. The
Relative to
horizon
the observer.
relative to the... Well, yeah, we're just saying all
Obviously.
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Every one of
Yeah,
them.
just go and find one that isn't.
Yeah.
Anyone. If you can bring one, you'll show me one.
Then you will be able to falsify the logic. I mean, otherwise... I'm struggling to understand what he's saying here. I mean, how else could you falsify this?
He's
Logic.
equivocating the visual horizon to the level.
Well,
That's what he's trying to do here.
He still wouldn't be able to find a horizontal, because this is where we go to the logic, and we can only go to the logic. The logic is all that we're dealing with, and it states if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that's the if. That's the only if. One statement, one logical statement. Then. And then it gives you the then. But I mean, you've got to falsify the if. And does what he say here falsify that statement? Does that say that horizontals aren't parallel to the plane of the horizon? Different planes? Well, they're always parallel to the plane of the horizon, so whether they're different planes or not, irrelevant.
He doesn't get it.
They're
Just
not
doesn't get it.
intersecting. That's the point. There is never a horizontal to intersect with another horizontal.
Yeah, if the observer is 6 foot tall or 3 foot tall, guess what? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter whether you're here or over there or over there. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which they are, then, as the logic stands, I mean, does that not follow? Is it not a valid consequence?
No, considering you can verify the horizontal, the logic is both valid and sound.
Yeah, I would say so too. I don't really know what Starcodder's got, but I mean, hey, very good. I take it you're going to come. I don't understand. You just show us one. In order to invalidate that logical statement, you need to show, I would presume, you need to show a horizontal not being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Oh, well, I'm guessing.
Yep. No, it needs to be showed, yes, that not all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Because you have to work off the original statement, the first if statement.
Yeah. So, I guess we just have to leave it up. It's up for discussion for anybody want to say anything about this logic that we've just done. Just simple logic.
Starkadder ties this to the observer. That's all he's trying to do here. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, but the
What's your
observer
point?
always sees horizontals parallel to the plane of the horizon in a 360 degree wherever they're looking. No matter how far away something is to him in any direction, it will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yep. So your point is, how do you say moot?
I would say so.
I would agree.
Say so. But I mean,
I've
this is.
seen.
Go on.
Do you want to explain like the two? You know, like when I was talking to you about the two horizontal roof lines that actually looked like they were out of skew with each other, because if they're not in line with each other and I'm talking about the buildings here, yeah, and the ridge. If one's out and the other, like, so basically isn't as long as the other one, and you sort of like bring your eye down to them, they may not look as though they're parallel to each other. Yeah, because they're in different lines.
They're on different planes.
Yeah, they're on different planes. Yeah, so, but if you go and put a level on the work and it's level, then it's parallel. You know, that's if everything's built with the same horizontal, then
you're taking the logic into practicality, right?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
No, but that's good, because at least you've got something to formulate your logic on, right? It's your logic is based in reality, right? You've got something to not only visualize but practically use, right? You've got
I've spent my whole life looking at horizontals and verticals. Literally spent my whole. I didn't realize how much I'd done until this came forward and we started talking about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can literally talk to you for hours about perpendiculars and levels.
Yeah.
But
you know what I just thought of?
Yeah.
Let's say you have a 10-story building and you were to lay bricks on it. Are you saying the bottom brick way, way at the bottom and the one way, way at the top on the 10-story, would they be level, parallel to each other?
Yeah, of course it will. But if you were to stand in the middle of those stories and look down the line, you'll see the bricks in the middle of those stories. Fifth story, that brick line will run to the horizontal. To the horizon. Let's just say, if you could see it in the distance. But your vision shows that there's everything above that line is coming down to the vanishing point, and everything below you is coming up to the vanishing point. You see it in brickwork; it's so easy to see. You just get your eye on that joint, and everything above it comes down to it, and everything below it comes up to it, and it's so easy to see there. But yeah, the bricks are parallel to each other.
So you're saying it's merely a visual effect?
Yeah, optics.
Very well said.
I was thinking of setting up a challenge, right? Because I think this is one of the keenest senses that people have without actually realizing. There's something in your ears, like called the ear canal, that gives you a sense of balance. It's that liquid state we said earlier about the horizontal condition that gives you a sense of this. This is something that, like, it's there already, the horizontal plane. But we were saying, spot on, that you become accustomed to it. Now, I reckon if we were to have a few sticks or something and we were to level one of them and have two that are out by, I don't know, a millimetre, fraction of a millimetre, I reckon somebody who's been messing about with that sort of stuff, like Spot On, would notice it. A bit living with someone like Spot On would be a nightmare if there's pictures on the walls that aren't level. I mean, everybody can know that, right? When you walk into a room and there's a picture on a wall that's not level, horizontal, you notice it. That would be a good challenge to do. Just to,
Yeah, see how good you are. I mean, I do it all the time, like I say, but I do it. Like you say, everyone does it.
Yeah.
I think everyone does it, not just me, but yeah. Do you think everyone does it?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I know the missus does it anyway. She's always
there you
forever
go,
like messing about with. I'm going, no, it's not.
It's like 1 mil out that.
Yeah.
No, people definitely.
Looked it the other way. Go on.
Well, why I say that is I set up a TV the other day on one of those stands there with the wheels, and it was slightly off. And the wife right away, isn't it a little bit crooked to the right there?
Yeah.
I go, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Inbuilt.
Yeah, so it's easy to see. I mean, and you can see a building, in the, like whatever. You can see if a building's not plumb or. But anyway, that's the
It's
top
not anyway, right? It is, because that's where I want to go. It's
Okay,
like
so-
that particular thing that you can do with the balance and with your eye and all of that.
Yeah.
Where does that come from, right? That sense of that thing is what you see on water. It is the horizon, right? The water and the way the water lies in that particular plane that is horizontal. That is what horizontal is, right? That was there before the word. The word came to describe that very thing that the water does. And it obviously within your ears or anything to give you that balance and everything. That natural thing is what got named horizontal. So I would say that is the first thing we could ever do. That's why when we went from the geometry all the way back to first principles, we went to the straight line. This was the natural progression within the plane to establish that the planes are parallel. Good luck, Bob. This is what you're going to be doing, I'm guessing. And by the way, Bob, this is not flat earth logic. This is logic from reality.
Yeah, it stands alone. I mean, it's logic. It's got its own name. You haven't got to put anything in front of it or behind it. It's just logic.
So good luck with Bebby tomorrow, Bob. I wish you best. So that is what the horizontal plane is. The horizontal plane is already there, was called horizontal, and is definitely a plane within geometry and reality, two-dimensional, horizontal, making it straight. The plane that everybody knows, the two-dimensional plane. And every one of those horizontals measured parallel. Every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
An introduction to logic. Statement, if then. I guess does it need a yes? Does it need all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all... I mean, that's what the statement was. I just changed the if and the then. But I mean, I guess you could do it like that, couldn't you? Okay. Let's get the logic out again. Let's do it. Let's do it a full one for Bebby, just to make sure. Right? We've gone through the assumptions, we've gone through the definitions, with all that. So the full statement would be: if all horizontals if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Mm-hmm. That's all I've ever known yet.
Yep.
I'll agree with that.
Over to you, Bob. You can take it over tomorrow. We're going to open the floor now for.
Good luck, Bob.
So that's yep. That's us finished with that simple logic for Logic Night 9. I can't think of anything else to go over
Lucky
unless
number 9.
somebody wants it wrote down somewhere. I guess we could write down the assumptions and all that if it's needed. We're not putting it out as a paper. Like I say, this was just a t-shirt design and our first practice of a logical statement. Can we formulate logic? Because initially, when you first start logic and try and think of making some logic, it's not as easy as it seems. When you first see a logical statement like that, just wrote out, I mean, it seems, I can do that. It's dead easy. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, when you guys were doing it, it was like I wasn't there for all of it, so
Yeah.
you know, I was just sort of picking up on some of the things you were saying, and it was like if you missed a bit, it was like, yeah, I definitely need to go over that.
But now,
I'm not familiar with these symbols.
yeah, but that was us messing about.
I know, but
Yeah.
still, back then when I was learning, it
Yeah.
was still, holy, you know, like what are we on now?
It looks
What's this next
intimidating.
level?
I've put it on everything, but I mean, yeah, that is very simple logic, but just wrote in a way that looks nice. Some of the best work we've ever done. Just the logic, right? The actual t-shirt design and the parallel AB and all of that was it was made to draw people into the conversation of logic, which is what I thought was what we needed. More conversation about these simple things like this, that we can get, like, this is deductive logic. This is we can get answers from this. There's a definite answer, a yes or no, and a way to find truths.
Yeah. It's like finding a proof.
Yeah.
And this logic. Sorry, go on.
No, go on, man. I was just saying that was already there. Yeah, you know, like you find it, but it's already there. I mean, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say also this logic here is the first thing I ever heard of this Discord channel or your YouTube or anything. This was the first thing I seen in the intro to whatever video it was, and I remember seeing it and thinking to myself, like, what is this? Like you said, like you start wondering and like, does this make sense? What is this? This seems like, and so you sit there and you think, and at first it was the second part of the first statement, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. That one kind of tripped me up for a bit. Yeah, and then I realized, wait, no. The line A is defined in a certain way, and you can have that very line in, let's say, separate planes, or it. So yeah. When that clicked, it's like yes, and then I follow the second one. It's like yes, right. Yep. So that's why I decided to come into the Discord in the first place, was because of this very logic here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it has been good, because this is simple logic, just made for everyone, right? To simplify something that I don't know. I like the way I looked at this at the beginning when you first see it. It is literally like another language. It just looks confusing, right? And it's, even when you look into it and the way people have tried to portray it, obviously the people that have wrote down the books of logic are the people like, let's say, I don't know, they've obviously studied the logic. They've not made it easy for people to understand.
Well, they certainly haven't simplified it, have they?
Yeah, that's
you know
what
I
I
mean?
was after.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Yeah, I think we here like to call this advanced simplicity, whereas we take everything and turn it into its base element and try and take it down to as simple as possible, and then build back up again from there. So the first principles of logic for us, once we'd sorted out with the geometry and go back to the straight line, it was how to link that logically to a logical statement in reality, and also maybe to trigger a certain group of boomers, maybe. But I mean, that's where the interest was, right? For me, I was drawn into this by a certain group of people tormenting me, really, to find this sort of proof, to go and get it. They wanted me here in this position to do this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set me on the path to do it. And now they're obsessed with, I don't know, there is tomorrow, I'll say for you, 808 man, the Adult Globe Earth Discord server. I don't know if anybody's got the link. They want to put it in the YouTube chat for us, any of the mods. I can't. I'm banned from it. But they're doing a... there's a guy, the one that we did earlier, Bebby. He's a logic man. He's going over to Bob's tomorrow, 4 p.m. UK. I think it was 4 p.m. Maybe 5. I don't know. Depends out whether Bob's going to get his 12.5, 11.5, wherever, Adult Globe Earth Discord server up and running. He's going to have a go, I don't know, at presenting this logic, I think.
What, in a different way? Or the same way?
I don't know. He may have a different way of presenting it. Like I say, it is this one's wrote if then, but it can also be wrote as a statement. All horizontals are parallel. You know, so that's sort of within both on there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether it be provable in reality. I would say so also. But we are just talking about the logic.
Provable in reality, though.
Yeah, because horizontals would exist in reality. That's another thing that did we go over that within the assumptions that horizontal?
I missed some of it, mate. To be honest, I caught up when I came in.
Parallel to, I guess it was parallel to the plane of the horizon. Once you say that, you are talking about a thing within reality, aren't you? The horizon.
Yeah.
Well, the horizon is reality.
Yeah. So that links the horizontal. I mean, when we initially go through the 8, linking horizontal as in that is the horizontal that exists in reality. Not like a line going left to right across the page that you can tilt on an angle.
Yeah.
You know, like
you can
that wouldn't be a
draw
horizontal.
tangents and shit like that on circles.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Which is quite. I know I don't want to get onto that now, but you know, like when they represent whatever they're going to represent, they always sort of like start with a certain shape and
yeah, but I mean,
add a straight line.
This is just a simple logical statement, so you'd struggle to inject anything other than that into
at that
it,
point.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
We've got one of the model afflicted typing now. We may have some sort of a debunk coming, maybe logical live debunk, maybe. I'll go over it again in a minute. I might have to make a brew. Anybody got any other understandings of it, of that logic? I thought I was hoping for a picture of my t-shirt, but I think it's in wash.
Yeah, I think it's an important point to stress the plane of the horizon is both where you link the logic to reality and therefore also make sure that you can actually verify it.
Yeah.
That it's not just a statement, that you can actually check whether or not your if statement there is legit or not, and that is so important for logic, because you can obviously make, within the framework, you can make statements that do not reference reality. And this is apparently why Nietzsche went mad, because, and that's that point, the plane of the horizon. That's where you link this to reality, and that's why it's good logic. That's why it's both valid and sound, because you can double check, you can verify whether or not it's actually true.
I'm pretty sure that Bebby will have to come to the similar conclusion. He lied last time when he said he got his the logic from. Well, I don't know. He might have gone to a different server, but he did say he just, when we did that recording earlier, and he did. He came in and he talked about the sextant. We didn't really talk about logic, and then he went over to 808 man's adult Globe Earth Discord server, and he said he did a presentation of a logical argument that he said that he get from a flat earth server or flat earthers. Well, he didn't get that from us. That was a logical thing that he made up. We do have a conversation with him. Might be putting that out tomorrow before the presentation that he's doing. But he's going to present another logical statement. Now, he did come over here and ask us a few tips about some logic to present over at Bob's. And we said, well, I gave him this logic for him to go over. I don't know what he wanted to do with it, but he made us read it out 4 or 5 times, and he said he was writing it down, but then he didn't write it down. All recorded, we can put that one out. But he's going to present this logic. Well, this was the logic we told him about. He's going to present it to the Adult Globe Earth Discord server tomorrow. Did we get the chat? We might not have anybody that's still in there, to be honest. I think he might have banned everybody from going over there. So we might not be able to put it in. But if you look up either Bob the Science Guy YouTube channel, Research Flat Moon, that's Research Flat Moon YouTube channel, or Common Sense Science, that's science like common sense science, that's the channel that he does his live streams on. There will be another presentation of something similar, I'm hoping, of this logic that we told him about. I'm calling it horizontal parallel logic. Does that seem good? Or should it have some other sort of fancy name?
What did you call it? Parallel logic?
Horizontal parallel logic. But I mean, should it be the horizontal destroyer? Or, should it be... I don't know.
No, that's what they do, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's just basic, simple statements. So I'm thinking just horizontal parallel logic.
I think it's big enough on its own.
Yeah.
Without having to glorify it any more than it already is.
Okay.
But
yeah, I think it's pretty simple enough. I mean, if the title explains what it, because somebody would go like, if you go, do you want to see the horizontal parallel logic? And they go, oh yeah, what's that? Well, it's horizontal parallel logic. Do you want me to show it you? You'd have to then work through it, wouldn't you?
Star
Yeah.
Carter, why don't you come on in and we'll have a discussion on the definition of vertical.
Yeah, and your experience of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only a handful of builders and whatever you in here that you can have a chat to. I mean,
It's my favourite word, that.
Bev's got some-
Perpendicle. Perpendicle.
Yeah, I never heard of that until it was rediscovered.
That's a fantastic word.
It's a very old book that was from, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What, before some of this new...
Yeah, back when it were right lines.
Oh, in the good old days, yeah.
Back in the good old days before it was right lines.
Yeah, not wrong ones.
Because they're the only two, right, innit? It's that vertical and the horizontal.
Yeah.
Two of
Without
them
it,
meet
you'd
together,
literally, you would be lost.
boom, right.
Lost. Everyone would be lost because it's such a major part of our lives, most of which people don't understand, I'm sure. But yeah, it's pretty important that we have these tools to it's so simple back then, back in the days of the right line and the plumb bob or the perpendicle and a water level. You could do everything you ever needed to do with those simple tools. And now you've got laser levels, like 700 quid a go that will give you a horizontal for 100 meters. Sorry, Essie.
No problem, bro. I was just going to say, in Stark Otter's model afflicted mind, he envisions a bicycle wheel with plumb bobs hung from the tire part, all pointing inwards.
Well, if he's ever done it in reality, he'll realise that they all go in the same direction, down, from wherever he hangs them. Yeah.
And well,
They'll all be parallel with each other as well.
Yeah, they would be perpendicular to a plane. And if you can establish a plane of the horizon, then all perpendiculars to that plane would be, if it's horizontal, then hey presto. That's why we start off with the horizontal. Like, once you establish a horizontal plane, all perpendiculars. I mean, this is why we go to Euclid. I'll go to it. Book 11 in the definitions. It says, it starts off with, the solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. So 3 dimensions, as in reality has 3 dimensions. That which bounds a solid is a superficie. So the surface bounds the 3-dimensional object. So, hey presto, new definition. Surfaces are now 3-dimensional rather than just 2. Obvious redefinition needed also for the solid geometry.
You get that, aren't you?
And now we're on number 3. Definition number 3, solid geometry. Third one in. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Oops. Horizontal plane. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. Every one of the perpendiculars to a plane, a horizontal plane, will be vertical. Geometrically. And everybody knows that anyway. But we don't want to get into the verticals. Let's just worry about the horizontal plane first and them being parallel. An established... plane. I'm going to love when Bebby goes over. I wish him all the best. We might have to go over it, eh? Is Bob still hanging around? Bob, we got permission to go over this logic. What Bebby's gonna do. We like a little bit of logic. Tuesday nights from now on is logic night.
You don't have to ask Bob for permission.
I know.
He already granted permission. Anything on his channel, you can take it, and as long as you comment on it, it's no problem.
Nice. We'll be reviewing some common sense science work. Ooh, somebody's happy.
Yeah, I've got a child that
Whistles.
sounds a lot like an elephant.
Yeah.
He makes more noise going up and down the stairs than an elephant. Yeah, he whistles. I don't know if he does it to cover up the sound of the feet, but it's an odd combination.
I've just seen Level Bastard in the chat has added common sensimilia science, which I think is brilliant. Well done.
What was that, Bev? Worth repeating?
Yeah.
Didn't know what you said.
Common sensimilia science. I think it might have been a spelling mistake there. That's quite good though. Sensimilia is a strain of, well, not a strain, like a breed of marijuana. So that was quite quick. That I think we've done that. We've recapped that, and we've promoted the Adult Globe Earth Discord server that is also doing logic things. I don't know whether he's gonna come over here and get another one of us off us during the week, and then he can go back and make another presentation over at the Adult Globe Earth Discord server, or whether he's going to get some logic of his own. Well, I mean, we have actually offered a team logic event where we can have discussions like we had tonight, going over the merits and the problems that there may be within this logical thing. But I mean, we've already sorted most of those out when we were formulating this logic. But I mean, if we were to do a team logic event like we've offered, the Adult Globe Earth Discord server, we could quite easily do that. We've got people here that would offer, help making logic and going over there. Some people would obviously like to get into a discussion, obviously not a debate, but a discussion about logic and how to improve it and where the flaws would be and all of that over a server to server Discord thing. I mean, we'll do that with anyone really. Formulate any logic, like Saragaki said earlier. We like to keep it based in reality, so it's still valid and sound, provable within reality. We're open for anything like that. Anytime. Particularly because I think the adult globe earthers are the ones that have a particular problem with this logic.
I was going to say, it's mighty big of you promoting a server that has us all banned?
It's just showing goodwill, isn't it?
Must be the Christmas, New Year spirit.
Well, it's the logic. Once the logic starts flowing, you can see the benefit.
Yeah.
So you want that to spread. You want to help people
Yeah.
with it.
Whatever you put out there, they say it comes back, and I'm a believer of that.
Well, yeah, me too.
Yeah, we promote his channel. We may even promote ours.
Well, he will. He comes in the chat, doesn't he? Whenever we need text chat trolls, they're there.
Does he go by his own
questions.
name in there, or does he go under Bob? Does he, or whoever the guy is? I don't even know who he is. Who are you talking about, Bob?
One of his accounts. He's got 3, 4. He comes in on one of them. He might even have one a troll one, like he does say. He's got. It would be devious, criminal mastermind like to have. I mean, like bloody hell. I mean, that could be in the chat right now. That could be Bob. You never know. You never know.
I looked at the screen about 20 minutes ago, and he was saying the same thing. Obviously, maybe he didn't get his answer.
Can I ask a question? We're still on the logic, the horizontal logic. After now we've broken it down there, right? We've gone over assumptions within it and how it logically follows from one step to the next. The fact that it is related to reality via the horizon, all of these things. So onto the concept of proof. How do you all feel? Like any one of you, how do you feel about this logic specifically in relation to proof? I don't do you think it's good enough? Does it need more work in that regard? What are your general thoughts on it?
Well, anyone else want to go? I need to nip to
it. Yeah.
Spot on. You have a go, and then.
Can you say again? Sorry, I'm trying to do some other things, but I'll give you my full attention. Sorry.
I'm asking in regards to this horizontal logic after the breakdown we've done right now of it, and then in regards to the question of proof, what is it and all of that. How do you feel about this logic in regards to the concept of proof? Is this enough for proof, or does it need more work? And is this a good arrow in the correct direction towards proof?
If you took the logic out, you'd have your own experience, wouldn't you? But it's only I suppose. I mean, I'm quite new to this anyway myself, really. But I suppose the logic gives you an opportunity to show other people what you set out to do. Yeah, and what does it make logical sense? Because you can literally, if it doesn't make any sense, there's no point in doing it. If it doesn't make any logical sense, then why would you even do, whatever it is you may want to check? So it just so happens that we stumble across level and horizontal. Yeah. And they're two things in which can always, I say always, maybe there's a few different situations where they can't be, but, we use these tools. And the logical statements that we've put alongside them. I mean, I don't see anyone in the chat. Where are all the, for these people who've got so much to say? I mean, they could always come in. We're a friendly bunch. There's nothing, So I haven't heard anyone come in yet, really, and give another explanation as to how what we put forward as this logical, repeatable, demonstrable experience in life, because it is really. I mean, we're using these things all the time, like I said earlier. So all it did to me is Bev helped me realise that I already knew the logic. Yeah, that's my story basically. Is that I'm using these tools daily, and then Bev comes out and starts talking to me about logic, and I'm like, totally new to me. I mean, really. But once he started breaking it down as to how we all use it in our daily lives, every one of us, And that actually, with this horizontal, me being in construction, I mean, I literally just dealt. I said earlier, I mean, I've been dealing with this stuff for many years. Many years. I mean, only on what would be classed to most as maybe a small, like the areas that I've worked on are, like building sites, housing estates, stuff like that. So, but the logic has been, it was the geometry and the logic came together for me to put all the other stuff I'd already experienced into a logical proof. Yeah. Hope that wasn't too long.
No, I don't mind at all.
But the logic is, the way of formulating your statement. But if someone came up and said, come up with a logical statement that horizontals aren't parallel, how? Then you'd have to prove it. Well, they are or aren't, but they're always proven to be parallel. I was surprised to find that people were out there saying that they weren't parallel, like that, and there were only literally a couple of people or one person saying that. I mean, everyone I've ever known as would agree that horizontals or verticals are parallel, always. I could go to any single person that I've worked with in the past, and there wouldn't be one, I'm sure, that would disagree with that. Anyone else?
I'm kind of like hoping to hear from Spaceman about the logic specifically, and because this is the first like more structured talk where we've gone through a specific statement and broken it all down, and like how do you feel about it now after the fact, right? I'm just curious.
What, myself, or are you talking to the other guy now?
Yeah, Spaceman specifically, but I'm curious about everybody. It's just specifically since it's his first night here. Yeah.
Right, I've just made a brew and come back, so if it's a bit quiet, you want me to have a go?
No, let Spaceman have a go.
Oh, go on.
He might not be here. He hasn't replied yet. Oh, no.
Okay, no, that's no problem.
I see him green up then. Maybe he's having a problem with the mic. I was just saying, Bev, that you helped me put it together, the logic, the geometry, and my, what I'd already experienced in reality. It's three things that come together so perfectly.
Yeah, I think that was with you. I always thought you were the clever one, right? But like you just said, I helped, but it wasn't happening like that to me. We were both doing exactly the same thing at the same time, and I think, I think you helped me, and you think I help you, whereas in fact we were both helping each other equally at the same time.
I was surprised at what I was finding. I must admit, this discovery was quite something for me. Yeah. I don't mind a bit of that.
Let there be no doubt, I'm the clever one here.
Nice voice. You've been working on that.
Yeah, for like 5 seconds. That was my first take. Want me to try again? I'm the clever one here.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
No, I'm the clever one here.
No, sir. I'm the clever one.
Yeah, I did that.
I went to university.
I learned that horizontals aren't parallel.
I, unlike you, can read a manual. And I know someone who writes manual. So I am definitely more clever than you.
That's a new one that you could take that guy out on the road. I'm telling you. That's good.
The clever man. I did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
Is Spaceman okay now for voice or? Because I think for me, if he's how's he doing? Oh yeah, I'll go for the proof thing. That that logical statement for me was just a logical statement. Then the proof would still need to be gained. That they say level. I said level is horizontal, and that's what I got accused of being a child abuser for. So for me, that logic stating that the horizontals are parallel to the plane doesn't prove that the horizontal is a straight line. I still needed to do the test in order to prove to myself that it is actually a straight line. Now, I don't know why there was so much doubt put in me. Probably not doubt, but just the idea that I had to prove it for sure. Like, actually prove it. So I understood what a proof was, and I was absolutely certain. Because when somebody calls you a child abuser for something you already know, like level is horizontal, teaching that to your child, you've got to check and make 100% sure. And I'd only ever been told it. And that logical statement, although it's good and all of that, it's just a logical statement. That doesn't prove that horizontal's a straight line. That there's further steps that need to be done. For me, personally, anyway. I need more steps. But as a logical statement, right? Valid and sound. Perfect.
I would agree, and that's the crux of my question, what you just went through right now, because that's part of what I was hinting. Like, is this actually enough for proof in itself? And I would say no, right? For the same reasons you just laid out.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you for leading up to that then. Or did I answer it correctly?
Oh, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly where I wanted you to go.
Logic seems to escape some people.
They don't even know it exists.
Yeah. Have you heard the term, Rakia, since you're in the business, trivially parallel?
No. That must be a spiricity tactic used in the building community.
That's why I'm asking you.
If someone said that, I mean, you just literally go over and check their work because you know it's fucking wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing we do is create a horizontal, like a plane. We build off of that. And no matter what the surface is, that's what we would do. But we can tell what the surface is doing after we create that plane. They're telling me I can't do that over water because, well, I just don't understand it. But yeah, the baseline is a horizontal line, a horizontal plane, flat surface.
Yeah, from that, all your land can be measured, grades or if you're doing footings, everything. Once you got that horizontal, that's it.
Angle, grade, slope. Yeah.
As long as you've checked the horizontal, you can check it. All you got to do is move the position of the level.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
If each of those measurements sorry, I'm not teaching you in Iraqi, but I'm just saying that then you would you can check that original line with your, with the level, whatever your desired level is. It could be a laser, or it could be one you look through, and if you come off that same level point. I don't
We
know.
go to great stakes to make that perfect, and then we have people that come back behind us and double check that. Like, I just got a surveying report from 2 slabs that we set that they're exactly the vertical is correct, like to the T, but the front, like, it's 6 inches too far to the rear of the lot.
Yeah.
Well, they can tell that from the baseline of whatever starting point we have. That's the baseline, and we make it parallel, vertical. I mean, perpendicular. Everything is based off of that. If you want slope on this, you take it off of that horizontal plane and slope it whatever degree you need to slope it for whatever reason. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know how else to do it. I don't know how you would do it any other way.
We've got
Simple.
a model afflicted person in the Discord come in with a comment.
Severely.
Do you want me to read it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, now, remember, this is not me saying this. This is a character called Stark Odder. And he is one of the model afflicted that keeps coming round to our server to say stupid things like this.
Has he learned anything yet, though?
Well, no.
Let's have a look.
Okay, so SE says they're having a conversation, and he says trivially parallel ? As in, Stark Odders wrote that, and he's replying back to him to say, like, what's trivially parallel? And Stark Odder says, as in, either vertical is defined as, inverted commas, plumb line, spoken, or it is defined by perpendicular to horizontal, established by water level. A horizontal established by a water level. I mean, it's nice of him to add that in, yeah. Both of these cases would therefore, inverted commas, tilt vertical. It does. Actually, he's put that tilt vertical by exactly the amount as the plumb bob is deflected by. The plumb bob deflected. Right?
Wow.
I.e., the plumb bob is always, inverted commas, vertical, directly from the definition you use for vertical. But he's slipped in a tilt vertical.
Yeah. He thought we didn't see that or something. I'm telling you, he envisions a bicycle wheel with plumb bobs hung
he
from.
doesn't.
Yeah. Ask him. He'll tell you.
He's put it's perpendicular to horizontal, established by the water level. So the horizontal is established by a water level.
So how do you get tilt?
Wow, he's put that in there. He's obviously made a mistake. Everything else about it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously a typo.
Well, no, it's just that's the model affliction. Like he probably wasn't even in control of his brain when he wrote that particular paragraph or that particular sentence.
I think he was, because he put speech marks.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he meant to say that.
Yeah, so it's like be done.
Emphasised.
Both of these cases would therefore tilt vertical by exactly the amount of... Like, I reckon he just had to speak that out. That's model affliction. Cog dis.
He said it aloud.
Making him just shout out, tilt vertical.
Yeah.
Like a Tourette's.
But yeah.
Glober's
He's kind
Tourette's.
Of hot-miking around the other way. Hot-mouthing.
Good. That's good. Glober's Tourette's. Oh, it's Globe.
Big globe.
That's definitely a character for the comedy routine. Don't worry him. He's got Glober's Tourette's. There's a tangent.
Yeah, you can't
There's
take him anywhere near a building site.
Everybody gets their own tangent.
You're standing over there. You have your own tangent. You're 6 feet away. Tangent.
Yeah.
2 feet away. Tangent. You. Tangent.
Vertical tilt. Vertical tilt.
I have excess away from your vertical.
Shout out Tangent Man.
Spherical excess. Spherical excess.
Yeah. Vertical tilt.
And today we have a new one, ladies and gentlemen,
that's-
brought to you by Stark
Starkadder. Vertical
Yeah.
tilt.
Vertical tilt.
I don't like to take the piss, but
Tilt vertical.
he did it himself.
Yeah.
Trivially parallel. That one's kind of good too.
He's full of
Yeah,
them,
that's
isn't he?
even better. Yeah.
I mean, we thought we were doing well when we made Imaginometry. Well, he's helping us out. This is a new semantical sophistry.
Been designed to has nothing on him.
It's like an intellectual semantic sophistry, isn't it?
Spherizentical. Spherosensual. You can't even say it.
I hear a Starkadder telling you how he misunderstood the point of your meme right now.
Stop sea lioning. Like what? He's the one that keeps fucking putting stuff in speech bubbles.
Huh.
But he's got a deflected. He's added tilting or deflected. He's added his deflected plumb bob as well.
Yeah.
A
But yet it
tilting
hangs
or deflected
plumb, yeah.
plumb line or vertical. What's a deflected vertical? I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh.
The rotating Earth would deflect the plumb bob outwards.
Like if it's made of like magnetic metal and I use a magnet next to it, like that kind of deflection.
Well, we did right. We
But-
have got other logic wrote that states that a plumb bob or anything on a rotating thing would move it out of plumb. It needs to be stationary in order for it to be vertical.
Yeah, he's missed that point completely.
Yeah, if there's any motion, Starkadder, then it's not vertical, is it? Yeah. I don't think the analogy of in a train would work either, would it? Because it wouldn't be vertical, would it? Because it's in motion.
And if you think I'm sea lioning, come in and we'll have a discussion. Set me straight.
Sea lioning. You never fucking answer any questions. What is sea lioning? You never answer. Asking the question is okay, and keep asking the question is okay if you don't fucking answer it.
Just keep pumping out the questions and not answering questions. Yeah.
And then say sea lining when we keep asking the questions. Like, fucking ridiculous.
Especially whilst typing that load of bullshit. Sorry, but
Tilting verticals. Vertical tilt.
I mean, like, that's what I mean. There's no point in wasting time on even reading it, to be honest. I mean, although, yeah, logic night, I suppose it's worth pointing out.
Yeah, it's the vertical and the horizontal. Like Bev made this point earlier. It's there. You can find it, but it's laid down beforehand. You know, it's there. It is what it is. It's like the shortest distance between 2 points. It's there. You can find it afterwards. Yeah. So if you start trying to tilt a vertical, it's not a vertical anymore. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, tilt generally doesn't get used with vertical unless you're trying to tilt the vertical.
Can you tilt the vertical? It's one of those, it's like an on-off switch, right? It either is vertical or it isn't. Like, any amount of tilt stops it from being vertical, right?
Yeah, you'd say, is it vertical or has it got a tilt? Yeah. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my point. Yeah, the law of non-contradiction, making tilted vertical an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which leaves them at a bit of a problem. And I would like to say as well to Spaceman, I know he's got a bad voice, so I don't expect you to talk. Stark Order is one of the supposed the best. That's the way he portrays himself. I don't know whether he tells everybody else on the
well,
in the
if his logic's anything to go by, then I think he's lost that place.
Yeah, but I mean, this is where the intelligence factor comes in, or the perceived intelligence of the person, and the perceived intelligence of the people he's talking to.
Yeah. It's his own opinion,
yeah.
Based on, I don't know.
His perceived intelligence is much higher than the perceived intelligence he gives to us. That's why he's able to talk like this to us, because he thinks if he says it, he can end up convincing us, because he's obviously convinced some of his friends.
Mm. Yeah.
Or maybe they've convinced him, like they've been his teacher and he is now defending his teachers. Or he is the teacher and he's defending his words that he has to push. It's one or the other, I think. Or they can just come in and have a discussion about this basic logic. Anybody sat in the chat?
So much easier, isn't it? Just I know it can be awkward for some people, but if you got a question, just pop in. You can always leave if you don't like it.
Yeah, come on, Star Carter. Quit typing. We're not secretaries.
Has anyone heard his voice before? That Star Carter?
Yeah, I mean, Star Carter's been round pretty early on. I think Star Carter came round. Yeah, we're not doing the vertical start. We're doing horizontal logic. So you have to come back when we're doing the vertical logic.
But it is good, like I say, to have those got people offer up as logical statements.
Yeah.
To them.
Oh, so you are listening in. Good.
He doesn't know what vertical is. Is he serious? He wants me to define vertical for him.
Well, he just defined it, yeah.
He wrote tilt. He obviously hasn't got a clue what he thinks.
He has no clue. The man who says vertical has a tilt wants me to define vertical. Dude, are you freaking serious, dude?
Model affliction is a serious case, people. Watch out. you may end up saying verticals tilt and then asking somebody else that goes, what are you talking about? Well, you define vertical then. You said it was a plumb bob. I'd say it's practical use. I would go straight to a plumb bob, and I would say you don't get it to tilt. There is no tilt to a plumb bob.
Yeah, I'd actually pay money for someone who would, without having, if you obviously can't touch anything other than the top of the plumb bob, the string at the top, and I'd pay anyone to try and get one that isn't.
Well, you get a magic trick, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they do it with a magic trick, wouldn't they?
Yeah, just put the background on the piss.
Or maybe
And
put a magnet in it and put a big powerful magnet underneath.
Mm.
You know.
Oh no, I'd have to see it. I mean, like, you know, and be there.
And what would you measure it against? Would you put another plumb bob next to it?
Well, I'd just like to see the guy claiming that it's tilted.
Yeah, I'd have to have two plumb bobs hanging from the same thing, and one of them tilting.
One of them slightly different.
Yeah.
Which one's out though? You'd have to have a third.
One of them surely isn't vertical, right?
One of them. Which one?
You have to have three.
That's where spot on. No, you'd have to go for a third one. Yeah, you need three.
Yeah, and a horizontal as well.
Yeah.
That'll help.
Yeah.
Don't forget about that human error and tool error in your measurement that are usually more than what the measurement is off anyway in their in a measurement. Don't mention those though if you're pushing a model.
Yeah.
You can do like Bob and just give yourself like twice that amount as leeway, just because it's you.
Yeah, I'm shit at doing this.
Yeah, I don't care.
Rubbish.
He
About
gave it
4
whatever.
inches, something like that, you know.
He gave
like
it whatever
double.
would add up to the amount that he needed at the end. Oh yeah, 2-3 inches off in human error. That gives me 2 inches drop. I mean, perfect. Earth curve.
Just all casually, just allow me to do this.
Yeah, and hopefully no one will, actually pay attention. Or when someone calls me out on it, I'll have a whole gang of people, right, to call them stupid. And then if that doesn't work, I'll just kick you off my server for no apparent reason.
Yeah, we've been advertising the server. He obviously needs some more members because he needs some more people that he might be able to call flirfs because they seem to like that. But I mean, you never know. It is the Adult Globe Earth Discord server, so there may be Adult Globe Earth Discord people listening in, like Blue Marble Science. He's in the chat. Shout out Blue Marble Science also has an Adult Globe Earth Discord server. Quite popular amongst the boomers. Blue Marble Science has also banned us. So, I don't know whether Blue Marble Science wants people to go to his Globe Earth Discord server unless you are a Globe Earth person. Like a full-on. You really have to be hardcore Globe to be accepted by Blue Marble Science. So unless you're fully committed to the Globe Earth, don't go to Blue Marble Science's Discord server. Because
you'll probably get called a flat earther, I expect.
If you ask a question, definitely, yes. You might get banned. Doesn't seem to like questions over there at that particular Adult Globe Earth Discord server.
Yeah, there is a warning that goes with this. Really, it should be mentioned. that, you know, I wouldn't start to, you know, like usually most people would talk about level and horizontal to their family and friends and work colleagues. Once you start looking into this, you got to watch who you can talk to about
Yeah.
this sort of stuff.
Yeah, this is deep stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Level being horizontal. You've got to be careful with it. Definitely don't mention level and horizontal ever in an adult Globe Earth Discord server.
Yeah.
Word to the wise.
Taboo conversation at tea time.
Yeah. Agents of the Logos. That's what we do round. We go around whispering. Don't mention level being horizontal. Particularly to the certain aged gent. I think. I don't think the women are really that bothered myself. I think the boomer male people usually that have seen, they've been sat in front of the TV watching pictures on the telly of men, spacemen, in rockets and stuff, in black and white, because that's proof when it happens in the minds of children. I would suggest that they were probably 7 or 8, 6, 7, 8 when they watched it on the TV. And that's
Yeah.
the
It's
particular age of people. Did you see it, Blue? Or you maybe not listening. Maybe just were you lucky enough to see it on the telly box live? I think somebody else, one of the adult Globe Earth Discord server owners, said he watched it live.
Nobody watches it dead.
Oh, spot on, talking about experiments. Whoa, look at that. That
Yeah,
looks like copy and paste.
Yeah. Well, the first part I read about the experiment that he mentioned, it says the experiment that previously, well, you read it, been rejected by Isaac Newton.
Yeah, I don't think Newton was that bad myself. I think he might have got misrepresented. He started putting letters and stuff there. Yeah, I don't think he did that. I think they did that after the fact, as a lead up. I think Newton was a good guy. Probably not. It's just some weirdo I attached everything to.
Buster should be here right now with his plumb bob logic for Stark Other. If you're saying plumb bobs are not parallel, then you have to use plumb bobs to show that.
Yeah. Vertical is always plumb. Plumb is always vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you say vertical is always plumb, or is that just sort of maybe he's foreign? Let's say.
Vertical is vertical. The plumb comes in afterwards. Yeah, you have to practically do some stuff to establish a plumb. So the vertical comes first. So no, I would say you'd have to twist it around. Plumb is always vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Just just to be that guy, you know.
I'm not reading that out. Right, so I guess, well, that is definitely 2 hours. 10 o'clock. Boom. Finish the logic then. Nobody needs to talk any more logic if you don't want to. So if there's any ballers you wanting to come in, anybody else wants to come in, we don't have to talk logic from now on. So feel free to join if anybody wants to. But I guess up until that point, we can still keep talking logic. If anybody gets triggered by logic and they want to come in, you can come in and just let us know that you get triggered by logic, and we will try and keep away from logic without triggering. We'll stay away from the triggering logic. At least for now. So this will be after hours. Logic night 9. Anybody got anything? We've had a hoot over the last few days, and I've heard some amazingly stupid shit being told us. We've been doing water levels for quite a while, and the double drop and the hump and all of that, but I heard one today I've never heard before. The multi-hump. I have drawn it as a reductio ad absurdum to what it would be a requirement to one of the ways this works. And until this morning, I'd never heard anybody say it other than me as the reductio ad absurdum.
The multi-hump. Is that like a mix between the Donegon and... well, yeah, basically. Is that like a kind of where we're going?
It's just a level surface, right, with the water levels. And, you know, like in between the two. The two are level, as in no higher, no lower. And you put the water level at the end of the next water level. But in the middle of every water level, there's a hump.
What?
Yeah. 16 water levels at 100 metres, end to end, all the way along. So 1,600 metres total length. All of the ends of the water levels individually level, i.e. same altitude, no higher, no lower than each other. And in the middle of each one of those water levels, a hump. Multi-hump. I was gobsmacked when I heard it. Fascinating. You don't believe me, do you?
No, I do understand that somebody actually said this, but I can't for the life of me put it in perspective. Like I see it in my mind. It's a straight line with 16 humps.
Yeah.
It's not a... Yeah, but... like, and this person must obviously have assumed that we're drawing a circle and not a straight line, but you can't say the word horizontal without invoking the straight line. So, yeah. No, I can't actually believe somebody is serious about that, though.
Yeah, I couldn't, like, it's one of those things that I did as a reductio ad absurdum. Like, that's one of the fun parts when we started this whole logic trip and we did the university course. That's right, people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When we did the course, it became very apparent that there is a certain model that is based purely on reductio ad absurdum arguments. You have to believe that the reductio ad absurdum argument is real, but actually speaking it out is it's taboo. I think that's why what we do and the questions we ask make it apparent that reductio ad absurdum is ridiculous. And that's why they get upset at us, because we make them say that stupid shit. And like I say, this morning was the first time I'd ever actually heard it said out loud. I mean, he did take it back once he realised, and then he was getting tired. And he went to have a sleep, but he should be back soon. No doubt. We've got plenty of stuff to go over. We had Sean come over. Tried to tell us that a circle was parallel to a tangent.
Oh, the circle is only parallel to the tangent at the tangent point, Bev. Haven't you been paying attention?
Rumpus. Well, no, this was Sean G. The point was the entire red line, which is the entire circle.
Oh, yeah, he said that. But I'm sure he said the point. But yeah, he did also extend it to the entire circle after.
Yeah, because I asked him where the horizontal point was, and he said the entire red circle. Which is, yeah. So that, yeah, I've got so much stuff, but I mean, Sean G does say some really stupid shit. So I mean, who's gonna be like, well, who said that? And it's like, Sean. Yeah, he does. He says some stupid shit. Because I think that's what Sean has as well on Sean's side is. He's not affiliated to anyone. So he has free reign to say that stupid shit. That's why I don't think that the Sean G ones will ever make it out there. He did his presentation, said he was going to do a test. Didn't really do a presentation.
I would say he's kind of... you say he's not affiliated with anyone because you see the same kind of arguments from the people who talk to each other, yeah. And this guy is not making those arguments. And like what I want to kind of compare him, these other people, like you know who they are, they have sophistry to the point where they're trying to mask their fallacies within their sophistry and get away with it, right? But Sean G just makes up lies. That's like a big difference there. So yeah, I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, well, like you saw him come round last night. He's not normally as deceptive and dishonest and such a lying twat that he was last night. He's not normally like that. I don't know what was up with him, to be honest. A little bit strange with Sean last night. Trying to get us on a gotcha somewhere, but I don't know where the gotcha list is and who he's going to supply it to, because he scurried off like he got a little bit of crack cocaine somewhere and he was going to go off and... Is that? I think that might be WS. You know, that guy in the chat. Anytime you want to come in. No, I haven't got a mic, and you can come and explain all about your model to us anytime you want. Anything that you think we don't understand about your model. Construct that you've made in your mind, come in and tell us. I'll be quite happy. But I know text chat trolls, not much use. Anybody else got anything? What else have we done? Who else did we have? We had that new guy come round. We've got the Logic tomorrow with Bebby. Really looking forward to that.
That's an event. It would be awesome if we could, everybody together watch that, if that's possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll be in here. Yeah. If anybody wants to watch, come in to the Discord tomorrow, about 4 p.m. UK. I think it would be UTC. Pop in and we'll go over it. Starcod is trying his hardest with this sophistry, and it's perhaps some of the worst shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, that one is particularly bad.
It's just deflection, isn't it?
That's like some second grade stuff, like literally 7-year-old.
Trying to lead you astray from the argument into something else, anything else other than observable reality. And we've got a Buster song coming, fingers crossed, soon. We've got we may be a good time to talk about the Euclid. Has anyone got a time or a day or something that would work better? I was thinking maybe a Thursday about this similar sort of time, but I mean, how does that fit with everyone? Or does it need to be a little bit later? What do you think? If we do like a basic going over Euclid to start, sort of like we call it basic logic training or whatever. Thursday, similar time-ish. You don't really want Friday, do you? Maybe do Friday for a recap of stuff. And then go over, do a Friday fight nights type thing. Friday debate nights for the model afflicted. AA meeting type thing. Model afflicted anonymous. Hi, my name's Rumpus, and I'm severely model afflicted. I think straight lines are circles. Could do that. I'd have poems. So, come on. What are we doing? We get going. The Big Bold Rumpus. By... this is Spaceman, is it?
Yeah.
Spaceman. After his first meeting with rumpus. Here cometh the rumpus, gravitating towards us, to twist and turn on the facts. He will scream in your face, you say the earth is flat, for days, and before he leaves, he will call thee a twat. Very good. I like that.
That is genius.
Well done, well done.
Now, we don't want Rumpus coming in. We don't need him to come in and do any of that sort of stuff. Well, that is very good. I don't know how many people are going to clip that out. So I think what I'll end up doing is I'll probably end up clipping this somehow, or no doubt we'll get animation or something based around this logic. How would we end up packaging that into a simple statement, right? Should we? Does the logic stand alone as it is, or does it need to be put together a bit more? I suppose I could put a page on the website together for that logic, couldn't I? And put all of the things together. Then we could just direct people to that. That'd probably be the easiest way of doing it, wouldn't it? Seeing how I could lay it all out on one page on a website. Yeah.
I think it, like, for understanding it, then I don't necessarily think you need any big fancy animations or anything like that. It does stand on its own in that sense, that you can understand it on its own. But it would be epic to have that, though.
Yeah. There's probably some way of expressing the animation of it as well, you know, like I can't imagine, but I mean, they're talented animators or whatever to express horizontal planes being parallel within the logic. That would be nice. And I will be putting it on the website to do that. But for Thursday, if we start the Euclid thing with the start of the year, going over Euclid through the definitions. I don't know how many definitions you said you managed to go through.
We got through 8, I think. 7 or 8.
But obviously, there's going to be... I would like people to comment on it, you know, so there's going to be loads of discussion, hopefully. Because this stuff is... we do the advanced simplicity, and there is so much depth to just the definitions and going over it. So Thursday, does that sound good? Anybody got any problems with that? Similar sort of time as tonight. We'll start on the definitions and see how far we can get. Aim for about 2 hours. And I'll start putting that up on the website too. I'm going to have to start. If I start streaming, live streaming a bit more and start doing regular live streams, then I'll be able to concentrate more on putting stuff on the website and not needing to upload videos and sort of all of that stuff out. Although I have got some amazing conversations, but we're having to hold off putting them out just yet because we want to get some more, and if we give away the secret of what's happening, then we may get shut out. So we need to do a few more testers of this before we open it up. But yeah, we've got a few nice fun things on planned for this year. Logic nights, we'll do Euclid, we'll do a sort of a roundup of the sophistry within that we've found within the argument and within the way people work, tactics within it, and then we'll do like a weekly roundup of what we've been doing as well, and we'll have just let people know what it's like here on the server, on the Discord server.
I see Blue is triggered in YouTube. Is he not aware of the 16 humps?
The new 16 months. Well, slope, but Blue had slope earth. Slope water, sorry. And actually, I've got that clip of Blue saying he can prove that the water level is not horizontal. Is not.
Blue said he can prove that?
Yep. Yep. It's on one of the videos that we've got. I think it's on a music one. I put it at the beginning of a music one of Buster's. I could find it, but I mean, again, that'll be the reason that they've banned us, so they don't have to be asked for that. You can just ignore it now, pretend it never happened.
Just for the record, there was a guy here today telling us that if we had 16 water levels, what was it, a mile long? Each one or something? That we would have 16 different humps.
Yep.
That's a fact, Blue. He later thought about it and took it back. We'll have to say that as well. But that's a fact, Blue.
I think he tried to take it back by putting it on a circle, but it was all a little bit vague as to how he was actually doing it. It was strange.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, we listened back to it, but he definitely said, he did say at first, multi-hump, and agreed to it. But I mean, that is pure model affliction.
Yep. And Blue, just for the record, the same guy, I asked him if we were at the Rakia Bridge on that water, on that causeway, let's say 20 miles, and we had a hotel 8 stories in the middle. I asked him how would the hotel appear to us, and he said we wouldn't see it because it was underwater.
Yeah, I don't think it's that deep, that lake, to be honest. To 28 meters.
I don't know how deep it is.
No, it's really shallow. As far as lakes go.
But a hotel 8 stories high disappearing at 10 miles? Completely disappearing under the water. That's something.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fascinating. It's interesting to watch what's gone on the last week or so, maybe a couple of weeks. We've had 2, 3, maybe 4 people in that we've never heard from before. We have been dealing with the regulars for years, and we've been eventually learning what we've done and where we've been going and exactly what seems to be going on around here. And 4 new people within the last week, 2 weeks, to come and talk to us. There've been some nice chats, new refreshing chats, but taken me back to old times. 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago. Some of the conversations that we've had. It was interesting this morning to go over the Rakiers Bridge. Rakiers Causeway. That was a blast
something
from the past, wasn't it?
Brought back memories of the skateboard paradox. Yeah.
I said to him in that recording that I think we, judging by how keen he was with that argument, it obviously needs to be told, because there's a lot of people that don't actually realise. I mean, we're only a little channel. We did it on. Was it Ranty's or was it Brandon's? When we went over the bridge, we did it was maybe 3 hours presentation about where we went over that bridge and everything that Jesse did. It'd be worth going over that again. Be very
Was that the time with the submarine car?
Yep. Yeah. All that. 3 co-planar
That was
points.
funny. I remember that. That was good. The crazy stuff they have to say that their model dictates.
Well, that was the other thing we were going over the other day, and the guy that has the predictions for the proofs is that it's like their model dictates, but the dictation, it seems to be a prediction. They perceive it is globe, so is globe.
Is globe? Yeah.
Whatever the outcome is, globe. I predicted a globe outcome, and the outcome was indeed globe, which is the model affliction in severe cases.
Absolutely. Just like I spend $1 billion on a machine that can detect gravitational waves, and darn it, gee golly whiz, the next day that it turned on, guess what it detected?
Yeah. Found some.
Yep.
What is Stark Odders? I think this is the way for them to be able to get to the point, the horizontal. They're going to try and confuse the issue with a plumb bob.
Just tell him bicycle wheel when he says that. Spokes. That's it. That's all you got to tell him.
Well,
Bicycle wheel, spokes.
the horizontal establishes on the vertical. Right? Like they say vertical establishes the horizontal. Well, if you say the horizontal establishes the vertical, then the point of 0 of vertical on the horizontal is the horizontal plane that you can measure an elevation change from. It works both ways. The perpendicularity, this is where Euclid comes into, despite going through the definitions. But when you get to the idea of perpendicularity, then that's when this argument of Stark-Odders shows to be a ridiculous argument.
And that's not too far into Euclid either. You get parallel, perpendicular, the right angle. These things are not too far into the book. Yeah. And then you get to the what's it called? The postulates. Yeah, when you go through the actual process of how to prove these things, it's not far into Euclid, right? So these people are proving that they never actually read anything about it.
Yeah, they've never even read the definitions. It's just all perceived to be to have been done at school when it hasn't. Or you may have been taught what a square is and what a triangle is and what a circle is. But the Euclid gives the proofs of them. There's a formulation behind every step of the way. Right from the definitions all the way through.
So you can basically then say the triangle is the triangle. You can find it, in geometry. If you see my point, yeah.
Blue, don't start with the LIGO, please.
The balls roll to the center. Are we going there again?
Oh, Blue got triggered with LIGO. I knew that would happen. Sorry, Blue. Didn't mean it, bro.
Do LIGO, Blue. He does the 4-foot slope to save on earthworks. Because he's read some numbers somewhere. I don't know. We don't really need to put you through that, Blue. Don't be bringing things like that up.
No, I didn't forget all those years, Blue. But funny, after they spent $1 billion on each one, I believe. The next day, Blue, it was detected. The next day. Don't you find that kind of, I don't know, strange?
That was good fun, that LIGO. Remember that time, Blue. It was good when we came over there, had sleepovers and stuff, chatting to your guests.
I remember the tractor with the saving dirt that he told Rukia.
Yeah.
A guy who moves around dirt all the time. Uh-huh. That was good.
Yeah. The slope of LIGO. As dictated to by numbers on a piece of paper.
But I don't want to pick on Blue. I kind of like Blue.
Yeah.
We all have our bad days,
And we had Buster sticking up for him. Hilly Billy brothers. Ethnicity. Oh, what's he doing? It's Dark Odders. Like, why is he assigned to us here? He doesn't
He's
have to
writing
come
paragraphs.
here to do this, You go and teach the globe. We don't need help with what vertical is. We know. We have a guy that does it all the time. Does it for a job. Quite a few of them. It'd be interesting to know if what do you reckon Stark Odder does for a job? Do you reckon? Computer guy.
Yeah, most of these guys, computer never touched a level or a plumb bob or anything like that.
Yeah, there's no need for you to put yourself through this, Stark Odder. You're fine. We don't need to know about your tilting plumb bobs.
This reminds me of Buster's story of the mine, working with plumb bobs in the mines, where they didn't necessarily use the water level, the horizontal. They referenced the plumb bob for and worked backwards from there. Uh, you probably remember the conversation, and that just goes to show, it works both ways. You can establish plumb and you can establish horizontal separately from each other.
Yeah, they are perpendicular. The perpendicularity of a straight line means that the other one is there by necessity from the original straight line. And seeing as one line's infinite, the perpendicularity of the other line is also infinite. Works with lines and planes.
Yeah, I see Starkadder saying that you define vertical from plumb. Like, that's not necessarily the case, because it works both ways because of the perpendicular relationship between horizontal and vertical, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you need not establish vertical from plumb. Because if you can have a horizontal, you just get a perpendicular from that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So there are more than one ways to skin a cat.
Yeah, but the foundation of being able to do that comes from the understanding of geometry, which a lot of model afflicted people have taken away from themselves.
I think you can kind of, like, they can see it, like, this is how it's geometrically done, but, like, it can't be in reality. So they don't, I mean, I can see that situation happen where you want to just say what the geometry is, but you can't. You're stopping yourself because, no, the model tells you it can't be the case, right?
Well, I hear a lot of that as well. That's what happens on the globe model, right? As if they're separating the model from reality, which means, again, it's just a mental construct that they have. The trolls are especially good at doing this. They say you don't understand the model because that's what the model says. Well, we're not interested in the model. The model doesn't exist. It's a mental construct. Only reality exists. And that's where we're dealing. Trying to forget about the model. So what a lot of them do is show you what the model is, how things happen on the model, but just showing you the model doesn't help. It doesn't mean anything.
No, that's like the worst answer you got as a kid when you asked why. Because I say so. That was the answer, right? I hear a lot of that. They give you, like that modus tollens they had tried to come up with the Euclid's fifth, the triangle postulate in it, right?
Yeah.
It starts off, it's globe, because I said so, and here is all of my reasonings why, right?
Yeah.
And I hear that a lot.
Yeah, the formulation of the logic and all of that is globe. I think Buster did a really good one. He's here.
Welcome, Buster.
If P, then P.
It was if Q and Q, and if P, then P.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's like the zenith reciprocal. If reciprocal zenith angles, and they don't match up to 180, and then P. If it's a globe, then it's a globe. That's literally
Yeah.
that's how it works.
Globe logic. They might be sorting that out tomorrow. I mean, no doubt. Bebby, hopefully. Shout out to Adult Globe Earth Discord servers doing logic. Hopefully, Bebby will get round to doing some globe logic at some point. Or maybe they may be able to resort the horizontal parallel logic out for us. Maybe spot a few flaws that we missed. Or you could just put if Q then Q at the end of it. At the end of the horizontal parallel logic, right? I mean, why not? If globe, then globe. Right? Sleek it in at the end of the horizontal parallel logic.
If globe, then globe.
Yeah.
Settled.
That's what they do with everything. They'll say a few things, and then they'll say, if it's a globe, then it's a globe.
Yeah.
Proves a globe.
It has to be. Yeah, it is interesting. But yeah, I like that. We're going to have to write that up as globe logic. Because there's a lot of P equals Q. Then globe. Which, I'm going to have to try and find those. Like when QE was doing the BS that he was doing, him and Adam, they Fight the Flat Earth had a go of doing that. And I think I've got a clip somewhere that I recorded where a few of us sent QE the message. And Fight the Flat Earth did do one, and he did put it P equals Q at the beginning of his logical statement, which I believe is breaking the law of non-contradiction, having P equaling Q at the beginning of your logical statement. Like no if P then Q or anything like that. No. P equals Q. And I've seen a couple. Well, I think I've seen 3 globe earthers. Adult. I make a distinction. Adult globe earthers make the same problem. Same logical flawed problem of writing. It can't be if P then Q. It's just P equals Q. Then globe. I'll find it at some point. Get it out. Some new Flat Earth tests out. I'll get some of my subs from the YouTube channel. Have we got some new people in? Or joined and left? Anton and basketball. Lovely. I think we had some of that this morning. We had a bit of water ball action.
That's my buddy Phil.
But you don't understand. The surface of said ball is actually spherical geometry surface of the ball. Yeah?
Of course.
Because I said so.
Uh-huh. And a straight line curves around the ball, but is actually straight. You don't understand. Forms a circle around the ball, but it's still straight. You don't understand.
Yeah, that's why it's a great circle. It's super great.
You see, we
It's
only
magnificent.
know that, right? The people listening in, I'm not too sure how many people will have been involved in that conversation yet. And it's
It is kind of
ridiculous,
true,
isn't
yeah.
it? Like, you know, like you and the SE there are having a conversation like that, and it might be fun to you two doing it, but I mean, there are people listening in thinking, what's that? Right?
We are taking two models and butting them against each other and making fun of both in one go.
Geometrically, like a concept of another model completely that exists on the surface of a ball that people can imagine is like the same reality that you live in, just on the surface of a ball, but the geometry that's involved in it is completely different and changes what would be changing reality that doesn't occur. Yet people have to fit that stuff that doesn't occur into a model that exists like in reality, but the mental construct of the model also exists as reality in the mind.
Yeah, to clarify, this is simple. This was a question I asked Professor Phil Bell. If a straight line can curve, that's what I asked him. Can a straight line curve? And he told me, yes, just imagine an ant on a basketball. And he drew two lines, going down around. That's a that's a professor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a concept. And like the more you look at the ball with the arrows on it, the more you come accustomed to it.
Can't really blame him because that's what everybody has been taught, right? So they repeat what they've been taught.
Yeah, and now you can imagine it, right? Because there's a picture of it there.
Yep.
There's a ball with an ant on the top of it. Just because you can see it, now you can imagine it. The question is, can you imagine that straight line being a circle?
Well, he can. Yeah, just follow it around. It'll come back on itself, right? And voila.
Is that why they don't build? Is that why they don't build roads over top of mountains?
Through the mountain? Yeah, could be, Buster. Yeah.
I mean, they would cut it through the mountain because it's the shortest distance. But to them, if it's on the surface, you just go over the mountain, and that's the shortest distance.
Yeah.
That's too much. That's too close to reality, though.
Well, in their geometry, there is no other shorter distance.
Well, now you're forgetting the other guy with the wormholes.
Well, no, that's different geometry altogether, right? You can't just go changing geometries and folding chessboards. Well, you can't. Other people can. But yeah, the difference between the one geometry and the other geometry is vast. And both cannot exist at the same time. In the same place. With the same distance between 2 points. just cannot happen. There is only one shortest distance between 2 points in reality. That is a straight line.
Well, obviously you haven't heard my buddy Bob, because he claims you can with a
Yeah.
great circle.
He's got many videos we need to go over and see what Bob's talking about with his straight line. Because
Yeah,
we
we
were
should.
brought to it by Rakia in the conversation, the shortest straight line distance. So, seeing as we're not allowed to actually talk to the man himself to get him to explain what the fuck he's talking about, we might have to go over a few of his videos and review them to find. I'm sure there'd be some comedy routines in them somewhere. Might be worth to going through a few of them to find out whether we can find out what Bob's talking about with a line that's shorter than a straight line distance on a plane. In reality, obviously.
Figure that's why he banned us all, because of how ridiculous that statement sounds, and he doesn't want us asking him.
Well, you know how they don't like questions over there at Adult Globe Earth Central.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, I think so. Something to do with the fact that we might ask questions that make Bob look silly. And obviously, Rakia's got a nice touch with some of the other resident Adult Globe Earth Discord server members.
Yeah, they're very touchy over there. I got banned for asking them for blueprints of a certain camera.
Yeah, it's the perceived bigotry, right? I think that's what it is. They perceive you're something that you are not, but still show their bigoted behaviour.
I think they're just afraid of logic.
I do also, yes, agreed. The adult globe earthers of a certain age are incapable of accessing the logic part because of the model affliction. That's my bit, and they will show that I am correct by not being able to talk to us without getting super triggered and having to show their model affliction by screaming something about their model and how I don't have a model.
Well, of course we don't have a model. Neither do they. They've been given that which they think is theirs now. It's astonishing, and they fight for it.
Yeah, it seems like we've emptied the text chat trolls. The logic has they've had to flee. Like, I'm sorry, guys. We do try and talk about stuff that brings in the text chat trolls, but obviously this logic's a bit powerful. It makes even the text chat trolls disappear. But I prefer that because I don't like to trigger people. Well, When I say I don't like to, I like to talk about reality and see who does get triggered by it. This is always
Chris
the
Matt
way.
seems to be pretty triggered tonight.
Where's that?
Chris Matt, the pretend baller on the YouTube.
Is he? Why can't I see him?
You know?
I can't see him. Is he getting deleted? He's always triggered though anyway.
He's just doing what he's supposed to do.
Blue is recording. All right, Blue. Don't worry, we're not going to cry like you. Well, not you. Sorry, I'll take that back. Like Bob. My apologies, Blue. You're cool with that?
You're going to be going over this, Blue. That'd be great. You're going to help... we're going to get a Blue Marble Science Adult Globe Earth Discord logic team to come and compete in the Logic Olympics. The Discord server Logic Olympics. See whether we can get it going, eh? You'll put a team in, Blue. We'll get Jose. Jose will definitely put a team in. I'm sure once Bebby gets in with Bob, that'll be another one. Team on the go. Who else? Gio could have a go. Wonder whether Brandon WS, because I've heard that Discord server's still got some people in it, hasn't it? I don't know. I got kicked from that one as well. Got kicked from a Discord server that there's no owner for. Oh, he's gone. He's left a troll in charge, and that troll kicked me from it. But yeah, I mean, we're up for any sort of team logic. It was good when we did those logic nights because we really got into the idea of the logic and everything. It seems to have dropped off a bit with what we were doing and that logic. So, I mean, we'll start building on this one, the horizontal. Maybe next time we can go over that stuff for vertical logic next time then, guys. All right, next week, Tuesday, vertical. Since we've done the horizontal being parallel, do you think we should find some vertical parallel logic? I think we should easily be able to find some.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Mm-hmm. And since we've got anybody in here that's listening, Blue, when you're recording, get this one. Next week we will be doing vertical parallel logic. Anytime you would like to come with your vertical unparallel logic, shout out. Wally, he did a presentation today. He might be. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There you go. Not that as helping you out, Blue, but I think he passed it. He got it past Nathan Oakley today. He might be collecting his Bitcoin soon. It's good for us that we did the right line geometry like that. Thanks, Caveman. Right line geometry. The two right lines being vertical and horizontal. Where they meet is a right angle. We're helped by that. Obviously being the geometry of reality. I did have that as a thing wrote on my board for ages. Oh, there you go. It's wrote on my board. It says, right line geometry, the only provable geometry in reality. Which is what we intend to show. That this stuff that we deal with logic and all of that is provable. Oh, flat earth math. We watched the debate. That was not a debate. But yeah, it was discussion, wasn't it? He's got a discussion channel. Not much of a discussion either. Yeah, if you want to come on and have a chat about your thing, Math.
Yeah, good evening, Math.
Was he coming here?
Oh, no, I'm just saying good evening,
out,
just like that. He was a pleasant guest, so...
Level Found says, not sure why y'all engage with senile old men. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Hilly-billy is stuck with his balls in his shed. It's not. He's gone. He sent it away. He's had to get rid of it. Ever since the seismometer happened and that event, he's had to rid it from his sights. He can't bear to see that again. Oh, Math's coming in. That'd be nice. Thanks, Math. That'd be good.
Nice.
I would love to hear his take on the debate.
Yeah. Well, not debate. Can't like? I think when Math came in here last time, he said there's no such thing of a debate. His channel is a discussion channel, I think.
Discourse, then.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think he calls it a discussion, civil discussion or something like that. That's a channel or whatever. I'm just gonna go and make a brew, so have a chat. I'm gonna have to sort out me streaming thing and get some songs and all of that sorted, so I can just flick over. I'll have to do some practice and get better at streaming.
Blue has got his act together. Donkey sounds, face clapping. Gotta admit, it's got some funny material. Even though most of it is wrong, like 100% wrong, it's still funny.
I'd say George would be disappointed in Blue and engaging with us.
Yeah, George is like keeping away. I don't know what's up with him. Yeah.
You can't stay away. It's like a moth to the flame.
Yeah, George, I hear him all the time texting how vile we are, how bad characters we are here, how we treat our guests badly. It's like really bad-mouthing us lately. Of course, none of it is true.
I don't think you're meant to know about that. That's why they ban us from those channels, so that they can talk about us like that. And we're not meant to be able to see it. So don't be giving it away that we can see him. Like, Blue will know that we can see them bitching like little girls in their Discord, adult Globe Earth Discord servers.
Oh, you think that's meant to be done Ixnay Arnie Bay style?
Yeah. That's why they've kicked us out, so that they can do that. Act like the big man kicking us out again. You off? You want to?
Yeah.
Do you want to bring it up? No. Okay. All right. Right, just let me finish making this brew. I'll be back in a sec.
Joined a Star Wars Battlefront 2 Discord server because I forgot what it was like last time I was in one. I forgot that it was terrible. Why are all of them the same? Like, you're not allowed to play.
Evening, Math.
Hello. I'm still trying to figure out Discord. Like, there's like 50 million chat streams, and it's very confusing for an old fart like me.
Don't worry about it. It took me a week to figure it out myself. So,
I hear your voice so frequently, and you've got a very distinctive voice, and I'm pretty sure we've spoken before. What should I call you? I think we've talked before.
SC Montreal.
SE Montreal. Okay. Have we ever had a sit down conversation, or has it always been with a panel or something?
We've talked numerous times. We've talked on Jose's a couple of years ago. Yeah,
okay.
We've talked here before as well.
Okay. All right. SE Montreal. So does is that where you're from, or just a name?
Yeah. I'm from Montreal. Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Some very, very good friends of my my family growing up were from Montreal, and I've always wanted to visit, but I've never gotten up there. I've only stuck my toe in the water of Canada, up in Nova Scotia, but yeah, Canada, that's another place, man.
Yeah, well, it's cold here now, so you don't want to be coming here now.
Yeah, that's where real winter comes from. So yeah, so I had a interesting chat with Nathan. I really had higher hopes for how it would go, but it is what it is. You can't control other people. So.
Can you take us through how that occurred? Because to be honest with you, I was totally surprised to see that. I just looked and I saw Nathan Oakley live, and I thought, wait a minute, Sunday, and it's night time. What's going on? How did you manage to secure that particular deal?
Yeah, well, it's the starting point is 3/4 years ago. He and I were actually friends. Antonio Subarats was a mutual friend. Patricia Steer was in there, although I've never spoken with Patricia. But I had many conversations with both Antonio and Nathan, and we were all on great terms. But somehow, he got a little bit more hardcore, and he kind of, I went on his show 2 years ago, and he just screamed at me, where's R? How do you find R? And so we kind of had a falling out, and I got banned or booted from his panel, and it was just like, well, that was just kind of abusive. I'm not going to go back there. And then over the years, we'll trade comments here and there. But it was my conversation with Chemo and I think I met Chemo here, if I'm not mistaken. So I had a live, a civil discourse is what my name for my 1 hour, long form interview kind of thing show, where it's like, I want to sit down, preferably a flat Earth fellow, and just talk in a civil manner for an hour, and give topics breathing room, and have there be no shouting and no insulting and stuff, because there are some ballers that are just so rude, and I like to talk to people, find out what makes them tick. So Nathan was in the chat when I was talking with Chemo, and so Nathan was throwing some shots in there, and I said, hey, I guess via chat, I was like, I'm happy to chat with you if you want to come on the show, if you want to have a civil discourse. And so he and I traded some emails, and that's how we set it up, because he, I was very surprised, because normally he does not leave his confines. But of course, he live streamed it on his show as well as I was streaming it on my show. So, he kind of was still in control, on his end. But that's how we set it up.
I think that was for me. I don't know how long. I mean, that's a pretty exclusive deal that you just got.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you
Yeah,
agree?
I was very surprised myself.
There's a lot of people I've known that would have liked to have had that, right? For you to get that exclusive is surprising. Because I must admit, a few, like maybe a year ago, I had a thing where we were asking people, in order for us to try and get more conversation stimulated within the community, cross whatever. I tried to ask people, who would their best two debaters be, right? If you put yourself, this is what I was saying, put yourself in the position where you're a manager for a debate team. Now, you are the person, you have to pick the best two debaters that you could manage, right? That you thought would be the best team to debate anything. It doesn't really matter, right? Just two people. But the stipulation is it has to be two people, because if one of them can't turn up, you have to fill in for the other, right? So you then become part of, you're managing if the two people actually turn up, but if not, then you have to fill in. So you have to also get on well with the other person and think, how well do you do it? And when we did that, you'll be surprised that I think Gem was the top of the Globe Earth one, obviously, because most of the people we ended up talking to were over at Gems, that they were sucking up to Gem. And I presume that the Globe Earth side, the Flat Earth side, were doing the same, because they picked Nathan Oakley as being, that was the top pick for the overall top person. It would be Nathan. Now, for you to get that debate with him, would you call it a debate? I mean,
no, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Didn't plan it as being a debate, did you?
I just wanted a conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wanted to, teabag me with his salty balls. But I was hoping to have a conversation. I mean, I had a whole, I actually sent him an email where I prepared a potential list of questions that I might ask him, potential topics, because, you don't want to get stuck in a rut and then have that go for an hour, because, like, who wants to listen to that? So I had a whole list of things, starting with the main point of contention, which is, where's R, and how do you have a curved tangent, and but he it was a shame how it turned out. So
yeah, I thought so too. I mean, I thought being Nathan and being in the position he is, I personally thought there should have been much more, right? There's with us doing that debate wars 2v2 thing, and Nathan
Right.
being the top pick, then yeah, there was a lot of hope to see Nathan in that situation and going strong. But yeah, that was,
he's got his memorized lines. Not that anyone wrote them for him. He wrote them himself, but he just recites them and repeats them, and that's what serves as argument. And especially if a lot of those lines are based upon misunderstanding. Like, for example, the entire point about Eratosthenes that he makes is that Globers use Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows to prove the globe. And that is the opposite of the truth, but yet he refuses to let go of that. He makes it seem like we believe that you could stick two sticks in the ground and measure their shadows, and like therefore the Earth is a globe. And
some people
that's
do
literally
that,
the
though,
opposite
don't
of the
they?
truth.
You ever feel like it's more about, on some of these channels, I'm not trying to name names, but on some channels, it's more about just debating something, right, than resolving an issue or coming to a conclusion, right? It's like you see it. Oh, the sky's blue. Well, at some time of the day, it could be pink. Like, oh, come on, man. Really? Like, we can't agree on one simple thing?
Just to be adversarial.
Yeah.
That gets clicks, that gets followers, So
Yep, it does. But it gets old quick.
Yeah, especially for the audience who are like, we've seen this stick. I mean, like, there's certain red meat audience that's like, yeah, my side's winning, and the other side's like, yeah, my side's winning, and but it's like at some point, it's like, all right, haven't we seen this movie before?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's the sides. Like, I noticed Nathan did it to you. Welcome to Flat Earth. And it's either if you can disprove one, then it's the other. And both sides definitely do it. They're always trying to disprove rather than to prove something.
Right.
And
You're not a Democrat, so you're a Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not one, you're the other. Like, no, that's...
Right.
And then, then it becomes about that adversarial fight, right? You're not even arguing your point. You're just arguing that you're not what he says you are.
Right. It's unfortunate in so many areas where there are two top contenders. Like political parties in the United States, that the top two contenders are Democrats and Republicans, and some people are really, they get upset at that because it's like if someone is genuinely independent, they're genuinely not even registered. They go to the voting booth and they vote for the guy that they think they want to go for, and they get really upset when you pin them into a corner about Democrat or Republican. And the same thing happens with the flat Earth debate, is that flat versus globe, like those are the top two contenders.
I always bring up that politics, right? Because they will Republicans and Democrats, as different as they are, do share quite a bit of things, right? One might be for high taxes, one might be for lower tax, but they're still for taxes.
Right. Yeah,
I did notice you do it as well, though, Matthew. You said to Nathan, go to my videos and watch that, and the proof's there. Just do the things, and then...
Yeah, well, my whole point about that is and I did go through and re-watched all my old videos, because he said, you use R, and I really wanted to double check to see if I had R in any of them, because some of the math gets really deep, and it turns out that I didn't. In fact, what was the point I was trying to make? Oh, the point about my videos, the point about my explorations is, yes, in the very beginning, it's like, is it flat? Is it a globe? And maybe a couple times I'll say, well, or maybe it's some other shape, but it's kind of hard for me to picture some other shape that might, even be in the running, like, concave Earth, I think is patently ridiculous. But, I could see how you would call it flat. Like, I definitely could see how you call it flat. I definitely know.
Why is concave
Who
ridiculous?
calls it flat? Don't know. Don't let him get with that. Who calls what flat? Like, are you forgetting where you are again?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, like, the whole point, the whole name of Nathan's show is the Flat Earth Debate. Like, that's sort of why
your Flat Earth math, is that the same?
Yeah, well, it's called the flat Earth debate, even though people are, some people are concave, some people are not
And
model
there's no
afflicted.
debate.
You
That's
know?
been the big thing I've been saying for ages. There's never
Yeah.
any debate in any of these. There's flat Earth debate and there's the debate flat Earth and more.
Right.
Two Discord
right.
servers that never have had a debate.
They use the word debate very loosely. You know, people talking around the campfire that involves, the shape of the Earth topics. But that's too much to fit on the name of a Discord server. So.
Well, we try and drop the model here, right?
Yeah.
So
and I really don't understand what the what your perspective, where your perspective is coming from. You've tried explaining it to me so many times, and I really am hard-headed and thick.
Let me try one. It's a statement basically. So when we look out, okay, say we're at the beach or wherever, we just look out. We see the sky blue, right? Nope, not a cloud in the sky. We see the sky. We see the ground. Now we're seeing everything. We're seeing the sky and we see the ground. We will never debate the color of the sky, right? We see it, right? It's right there. But then again, so is the ground. It's right there for us to see. Now, I always find it interesting how even though we can see both the sky and the ground, we will debate the ground, but say debating the sky is ridiculous because you can see it.
Yeah. Well, you could debate where the blue color comes from. That's that.
Yeah, but it's still blue, right? So the land we see is the land we see, and there is no debate. That's the land, right? It is.
Yeah.
You want to know what shape it is? You can see it. To me anyway, I'm it's as simple as that to me.
Yeah, I get that. But it's kind of like reality stops existing outside of your field of view. Cleveland doesn't exist because I just left there half an hour ago. So,
Yeah, well, and there are again, I could subscribe to something that puts Cleveland into my field of, my reality, but it wouldn't, right? At the end of the day, whatever orientation or whatever Cleveland is, I can't observe that. That would just have to be, conclusions drawn, which is not proof, which is not reality.
Right. You just remind me of the, I think it's the Langoliers. It's one of these Stephen King stories where.
Oh yeah, very good. They eat the past.
They eat the past, right? So everything we see is just a movie set, and then 1 second later, it needs to be, consumed by those munchers and stuff. It's just crazy.
That's to me that's reality, right? So once you get to that edge, right? So you have the boat, you see the mast, but you don't see the bottom, right?
Right.
Where you don't see it happening, where you don't see that's where the model kicks in, right? So the model will always kick in where reality stops.
Have you ever been on a theater set? Have you ever walked on stage, been backstage on a theater?
Nothing. Oh yeah, little kind of tiny ones, yeah.
Yeah, and it's amazing that when you're in the audience, the stuff looks like mahogany, and you step on it, and it's literally painted canvas, and then right around the edges of things, you go through a doorway, and it's and they've got a flat that's painted, with wallpaper, but there's nothing to the left or the right of it. It's only what the audience can see when they open that door. It looks like a hallway, but there's no hallway there. It's literally just something within view of the audience. They didn't build a hallway behind that door. They just built one panel the audience can see through that doorway when that doorway gets opened, And they build just up to the point of what the audience can see, and the Langoliers.
Well, but also remember the theater's trying to trick you, right? The theater the people who make that are actively trying to create an illusion. Reality is not trying to fool you. I think reality is actually trying to do the complete opposite. It's trying to give you your grounding so you don't get fooled. So I think a little bit of a, disconnect on that. But I see, again, I understand where you're coming from. This, you would be well, explain that. And then you have this thing that explains it, and then it starts, the observation starts making sense. I get that. But just my point is, it's still not the observation. It will always be where it's not.
Yeah, it's fun to think about, but one of the things that always gets me, especially about my quote unquote model, is the role of prediction. And that's really what drove it home for me, because if you ask me, you'd say, why do you know the Earth is a globe? Before I entered this arena, it was like, I know it's a globe the way everyone else knows it's a globe. I was taught it in school. I hear all the stuff about NASA and what they're doing with the space program. And like when I was a kid, it was the space shuttle, Like, that's how I know it's a globe. It's because, of course, it's a globe. But like, I didn't really, like, that was it for me. And it wasn't until I entered the flat Earth debate arena that I really started digging beneath the surface and like really starting to explore stuff on my own. And that's what really sealed the deal for me, is like when I was able to make my first prediction, like especially a prediction that didn't make sense, and have that prediction come true.
You remember what it was?
It was the straight path of shadows on the equinox, which literally makes no sense. I mean, it's like, it literally makes no sense. It was just me and a blank sheet of paper, and a ruler. It was just like, I was just drawing circles and sketching lines. And I was like, what would, if the Earth were a globe, like what would a sundial look like on the equinox, And I was like, and I had no idea what I was doing. It was literally me, my own imagination.
Really do if what's. You should do it if thens logic.
Yeah, well, because you run into this area of, if you can suspend reality, and that's one of the reasons, like concave, right? Like, I think concave is ridiculous, right? And now one of the things to me that makes concave ridiculous is a lot of reality needs to be suspended, right? So like, I've never, similar to the ball, but I don't want to get into that right now. Like, sure. So we suspend these realities, and this is why that model, so if I could suspend reality, okay, and then I make the Earth a flat plane, but it's infinite. So like when you get to one side, you appear at the other. Or if you go to the top, you appear at the bottom. If I can suspend, yeah, exactly. Now things will start, like timeanddate.com, things will start lining up. You'll start making predictions, right? Like you'll be like, wow, that this on this particular, albeit physically ridiculous layout, it's working, right? And it's the same with like the concave. It's like, although this is a physically ridiculous layout, it's working and making predictions, right? But then you go, yeah, but an inside-out ball is ridiculous. Just like an infinite plane is ridiculous, So be careful when you go down that road of predictions if you're able to suspend a lot of reality to build a thing that can fit those.
Yeah, but what if I'm not suspending reality? That's the key. That's the key. Is I was literally just taking lines and circles, and like this circle represented the sun, and this dot represented, or this circle represented the Earth, and this dot represents the sun, and these lines represent sun rays, and I would just playing around with a sheet of paper, and I'm telling you, like,
a circle though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I ran the exact same simulation for the other top shape of the Earth, which of course is the flat Earth, and I ran the simulation both ways. And I didn't think of any other possible shape of the Earth, but I did run the simulation both ways. And I came up with some interesting predictions or conclusions or whatever. And my globe Earth prediction didn't make sense to me. That's the point that I'm trying to make, is that I expected the path of the shadows to be a curve. If the Earth were a globe, I expected, because we've all seen the time-lapse photos of like shadows across a sidewalk, where there's like a shadow of flagpole, and the shadow kind of moves in sort of like an arc. Like we've all seen that time-lapse photo or time-lapse movie, So the fact that my prediction, just based on geometry, came up with a straight line path, I didn't believe it, and I threw out my analysis, and I started over from a different point of view. Like that can't be right. That can't be right. And so I tried it again. I analyzed it again, just using a ruler, just using, just me and my imagination. And it told me again, the path of the shadows on the equinox will be a straight line if the Earth is a globe. And again, it still didn't make sense. I was like, all right, well, but I did it twice. I don't see any errors in my analysis. So I'm like, all right, so I'm just gonna have to go outside and actually try this the next equinox. And so I did. The very next equinox, I made a little shadow stick sundial out of a bent paper clip on a piece of cardboard, stuck it in a windowsill that had a great southern exposure, and I recorded shadows for 10 hours. And that sucker was was ruler straight. I mean, you could put a ruler up against the marks that I made. And I was kind of blown away that, I actually predicted that. And so I don't know, it could, maybe it's nothing, but it kind of was important to me because, it's sort of my journey to get there. But a prediction, I think, is kind of important. If you could predict something, somebody else can't.
What do you think of confirmation bias?
Oh yeah, that happens all the time, especially in politics. It happens all the time, and so, but I don't think confirmation bias happens with tricky, difficult predictions. I think it happens with stuff where there's lots of gray area. Some social program is proposed, and Democrats say this, and Republicans say that, and then you try the program out, and then a year later you take a look at it, and Democrats are going to say, oh, it's a great success, and Republicans are going to say, oh, it's a great failure. And it's there's a lot of confirmation bias on both sides for that, But a straight line path of shadows, I really have trouble making sense of how.
Well, I don't see, to me, and again, maybe it's just me, to me, straight line paths of shadows is nothing more than its face value, right? It's not going to, I don't think it's enough information to encompass the entirety of the Earth.
Yes, you're correct. Yes, you are absolutely correct. It is one piece of the puzzle. You add that to all the other pieces that I've collected. I've told people, I've been debating with folks who have talked about flat Earth and also concave Earth. Do you know Lord Stephen Christ? Does that name ring a bell?
Yeah. No, I'm. Oh boy, don't get. He's the crazy.
Yeah, we don't.
But I mean,
need to talk about what crazy people say. To be honest.
Okay, but the thing is, when I had a very long conversation with him, and he gave a very sober presentation of his idea of the shape of the Earth, which was concave. And it was fascinating. I'd never seen those ideas before. Of course, you have to set aside reality. You have to believe that light can bend around things 180 degrees and make it look
doesn't it bend though? It does bend, right? To you, to me, light doesn't bend. So see now, so see how we're So it's we're not to interrupt, but it's just, to me, I just want to point this out. So you have me, who's light doesn't bend at all. Earth is planar. Then there's you, is light bends somewhat, Earth is a ball. And then there's the other, light actually bends quite a bit, and it's an inverted ball. So,
right.
It's just very strange how, the same thing can spawn three different things.
Yeah, but I'm going to push back when you say, but you say light bends. I say light bends by a tiny fraction of a degree. That's and only when you look right at the horizon. If you look 10 degrees above the horizon, I'm going to say light doesn't bend at all. When I say bend at all, I mean, okay, there's black holes and stuff like that. So I'm not talking about light bending around a black hole. I'm talking about, if you see it, that's where it is, for the most part, above the horizon. If you're looking right at the horizon, there may be a tiny little bit of a fraction of a degree of refraction. But that's where so many people, focus their cameras. They zoom in on their cameras and they're like, I can see too much, it can't be a ball. But you really need to have a drastic amount of light bending for concave Earth, because it's I'm looking at something and I see, I'm looking at your face, but I see the back of your head. It's because it's as it gets away and supposedly sinks, it's actually going up, but it's the light bending downward very drastic. And again, it's and this is what happens when you make when the explanation comes after the observation. So we have the observation, and of course you can make the explanation fit because you're working backwards, and that's how they made concave Earth, or any of these models. You take what you have, right, and then you go backwards and make it fit as best you can. Right. And the more And I think you said it best, is like set aside reality. It's like, let's just take reality, let's just set it aside, and let's play with these concepts. And I think maybe concave
What?
Earth might have started out as a dorm room exercise, like what would have to happen to make this work? Like there's a bunch of guys shooting the bull at 2:00 in the morning in somebody's dorm room, on a Saturday night. But that's
you don't see some connection between how, again, this is to me, like, so I also speak for the audience a little bit, a little connection for the insanity of concave and its connection to the heliocentric, right? Like they're both a spherical object suspended in some sort of who knows, right? Like that to me is like Republican Democrat, right? It's like that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, but that's where the connection ends. Like, for example, on a concave Earth, it is absolutely true that if you go due north, eventually you'll pass the North Pole, and then you'll be going due south. Eventually you'll hit the South Pole, and then you'll be going due north again. And you could do the same thing with east and west. You could travel as far as you want in any direction. You will eventually return to your starting point.
Well, you could do that on a Pac-Man Earth too.
Yeah, so that's
so see, yeah, well, so and I like
Pac-Man
Pac-Man
Earth requires that we leave the realm of the physical and go into like a portal or something. I don't know.
Well,
feel comfortable explaining?
Because I look at reality in a totally different foundation, right? So my foundation of reality follows me. Okay, so picture like easiest explanation is a video game, right? Like as you're in the video game, the only thing being rendered is what you are able to observe or influence or react with. The rest of the world doesn't need to be rendered. You know what I mean? Now, you could walk around and make a map, but since it's only rendering where you are, there is no, quote, layout, right? So if I just kept walking, you'd be like, oh, this place is there, and then you just go. But since it's rendering, there is no mechanism of where the flip needs to happen, right? And that's one of the things with Pac-Man or people that say, oh, well, where's that line? Where's the line where I go from here to there? Well, if you don't think of it as a laid out like that, if you think of it as being laid out dynamically as you move, there would be no line. And then everything would just make sense.
So, and the thing is, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. This is generally
attack it. Feel free to attack it. Go.
But are there elements to your vision that say we're in a simulation, or do you think this is a physical? Do we live in a physical world, or is it just
yeah? I mean, it's as physical. When you say physical, as like. Again, we use reality as the standard for everything. So when we say physical, you're going, well, what do you mean? Like a cup in reality, So if for all intensive purposes, this is the realest thing we can experience. Now, is it the finality of consciousness? I don't think so. I think it's just like when the game ends, there's a player, right? So I kind of subscribe to that same thing. And the player has a world that he lives in, which is not the world that we are living in, as close as they may seem.
Okay. Have you watched Black Mirror?
I've heard of it.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know too much of it.
All right, you have to cancel your life. You have to go and you have to. I would skip episode 1. Episode 1 is stupid, pointless, and crude. But starting at episode 2, season 1, episode 2, they've got the most mind-bending science fiction that's like slightly ahead of where we are. But one of the episodes was on video game characters, and I mean it kind of took a very interesting turn. But it's like there's this like Street Fighter 2 type of video game, but it was like you play it over the internet, so you kind of you sort of inhabit this character, but the characters were more real than that. But yeah, I just thought Black Mirror. I thought literally every single episode except for the one with it's episode 1, season 1, episode 1 is just very crude and disgusting. But yeah, I think you might get a kick out of that. I mean, it's not exactly what you're talking about, but when you say physical reality, like you're a guy on the internet, I'm a guy on the internet. Like, are we actually like? Can you put a stake in the ground like, at your house, and I could put a stake in the ground, and like, do those two pieces of ground, I mean, like, are they actually physically connected by Earth? No.
So in my vision of, or my like just how I perceive the world, like no, there wouldn't be if unless the only way that it's kind of like the horizontal line, right? Like it's always there. We just have to put an overlay onto it, right? So I guess you could say like the information is there. There's just no reason to render it. So there
Like
is
the
that, and
Langoliers.
yeah, exactly. And this is where like that, I think, the ether, like these ideas, quantum foam is that same thing, like that underlay that is not being rendered yet. And so it's
Okay.
there, you have space, but
Have you ever, and this is a serious question because I know it violates all the laws of physics that I know, but have you ever experienced a glitch in what we'd call a glitch in the matrix? Because I got this killer story for you. But have you experienced?
yeah, so like, you could call it just one, I can think off the top of my head. I remember this, we were throwing snowballs and, this kid just did this like very easy motion. And the snowball, I remember just leaving his hand, and I just remember thinking, how is it going so far and so fast? Like his hand was not moving with near the velocity to send that ball like it was.
Okay. Interesting.
Glitch? I don't know.
Yeah. This one time I caught a Frisbee, and it literally fell apart in two halves, two perfect halves. You know how when you freeze something and then you shatter it, how like the parts where it shatters, it's like a perfect, like molecularly perfect surface. I literally caught a Frisbee on my finger. It literally fell apart in two halves. But that wasn't the story that I wanted to tell you. My son apparently phased out of existence, right, not in front of my wife's eyes, but my wife was like getting groceries into the house, and we've got this tiny little backyard, but it has like fences on both sides. And my son was, I think, 3 at the time, so he wasn't really, running around. He was kind of squatting, looking at insects in the dirt because he loves dirt. He still loves dirt. And so my wife, like she's got all these bags and she's getting into the house, and she's going to come back out and she's going to get Mercury and bring him in the house. She puts the bags down. She comes right back out like 5 seconds later. He's gone. Like he's like really gone. Like, like I said, our fence, it's fenced in. Our backyard's fenced in. There's no place for him to have gone. So she's like, well, like maybe, she like didn't realize that he actually followed her in the house or something. So she goes back in the house, searches the house, doesn't find Mercury, is starting to panic, goes back outside. He's literally in the exact same position that he was, squatting, looking at the dirt and the insects, like as if he had never moved. And it's like, no, wait a minute. Like, that's a serious glitch. That's a glitch in the matrix. And it's like, my wife and I still talk about that. Like, it's like, we just shake our head. It was just like,
yeah,
he phased out of existence,
That's why I don't think this, again, Bev, you can always chime in if we're going too far. But that's why I don't think this reality is, like what they say, right? Like, because then things like that couldn't happen, right? That would not happen in a purely mechanical reality. There would need to be some other component to it. So yeah, no, I mean, I subscribe. Life as on its own is just so mind blowing to me that I can't subscribe that me or whatever is like me just came about one day. That's so I just can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah. The thing is, like, in my faith, I believe that there's like a realm, we call it beyond the veil, so when we die, our existence doesn't just wink out, and that we kind of see, well, this is my personal interpretation. We see Earth as like a classroom where, we're here, we're born into mortal bodies, we learn, grow, serve, and then we die, but then we return, beyond the veil. So it's almost like, well, what if Earth were the simulation part? Like what is beyond the veil? That's reality. It's kind of fun to think about.
Yeah, and I think, well, again, if and I think one of the reasons for this, and for the creator, you know, if you get to that next level, right, that other world, it could be very similar, but without things that make it, maybe you don't die, maybe you don't need to eat, maybe you can breathe underwater, maybe you can fly, right? Like maybe it has all these components to it that it's like, wow, like, I can appreciate flying, or I can appreciate breathing underwater because I lived a lifetime where I couldn't do that, or that's not even something that you could think about doing.
Yeah, it is. It is. Well, in fact, my wife and I were just having this conversation like literally last night. That like, what are we going to be? What are we going to be on the other side of the veil? Like, do we have bodies? Do we have, interests? Do we eat? Do we have sex with each other? Like, or is it just are we spirit individuals? Yeah, it's fun. Can I
would
interrupt
say
this conversation?
Yeah, no,
go ahead. No, say.
I was just going to end,
and then I won't interrupt.
I would say that I think we would have a body, because I think the creator based this on the real world, right? So yeah, we probably have a form,
Okay.
so that you're like, oh, you're you and you're him. I can tell them apart because he looks like that and he looks like that.
Okay. Yeah, there's good reason for that. I mean, people say God created man in his own image, so it's like, you had something to base it off of. Right. So here's the part that I think you're gonna get a kick out of. I'm not like super into like all the personalities around the flat Earth / globe Earth debate, but I am aware of the name Sean Hawkins, but it never really clicked on me as like who exactly that is. Like I really didn't know who that was. So that's why when I saw the name Sean, it was like, or Sean Hawkins, it was like, oh yeah, Sean, this is the first time we've spoken. And then you guys had a little bit of a laugh after I clicked off, because it's like, no, you're not the Sean Hawkins that is in these circles, So here's the funny part. There's this guy who's like really hardcore on my channel. He keeps saying, don't talk to this person, don't talk to Chemo, Chemo's a liar, Chemo's just gonna lie to you, don't talk to Chemo. And I'm like, dude, I'm a grown-up, I'm okay, I can talk to people, if they lie to me, I'll be okay, but he's like, don't talk to that person, he's a liar, he does nothing but lie, and blah 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 blah. Well, I didn't recognize the screen name. It's just a screen name. The screen name is Debate Night, all caps. And so he paid for a super chat during my conversation with Nathan. But the thing is, stuff had gone south so quickly with Nathan that it wasn't the type of conversation where, somebody pays for a super chat and it's a question, oh, ask Nathan XYZ. And I'm like, oh, Nathan, that somebody has a super chat. They want to ask you XYZ. It was not that type of conversation. I mean, I could not get a word in edgewise. I could not get him to listen to reason. So there was like no civility in that conversation. So this guy, quote unquote, Debate Night, what'd you say?
I said, yeah, you had to mute him at some point, didn't you?
I did. I gave him fair warning, but he wouldn't stop. But so this guy, Debate Night, he paid for, $2 super chat. Ask Nathan, how big the flat Earth map is, and then he had another $3 super chat. Ask Nathan, why he's running away from Simon Dan, and like, they kind of seemed like sort of provocative. Like I really wanted to have a civil conversation, so I did pin those comments so that they were on screen and you could see them on the live stream and so on Nathan's. But I didn't actually say them out loud. And at the very end,
why not?
Things had turned into such a shit show that
that was my $5.
Yeah.
At the very end, he was like, "Hey, wait a minute! The rules are you have to read super chats. I want my money back." And I thought he was kidding. I mean, didn't he just watch what I just watched, where it was just like it was totally, stuff hitting the fan for 90 minutes or for
that
60
$5.
minutes.
At least you didn't delete them.
So he was like, I want a refund. You broke the rules. The rules are you pay for your hard-earned money for a super chat. You have to read. That's and he's like going off and he's like leaving comments. He's like, unsubbed. You broke the rules. And I'm like, so I'm like, hey, if you feel because like you can't refund super chats. There's no button in YouTube that says refund super chat. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, and there's no rule that you have to read it out. That's
so I mean, I genuinely felt bad because he was really pushing it hard.
I
this character called Debate Night.
Yeah,
I said email.
Yeah,
I said email me. Okay, email me. I'll be happy to refund your money.
Cool.
Amazon gift card, whatever.
About it.
So he emails me. So this is the punchline. So it was Sean Hawkins. And so he said, keep the money. No, keep the money. But
so I did him so much justice. I did Sean Hawkins so well, and then he goes in and he's got to go sully all the good work I did by getting all upset over $5.
He didn't just go there though, right? In the other Discord, the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers that we have been kicked out of, he was plastering it all over them too. He let everybody know, right, about his super chat. Because the way I saw it, right, I watched the conversation you were having, right? Now, Nathan was asking you for R, and his super chat you were meant to read out was going, it's been measured, R, Nathan. Which would have been a super troll move, right? Had it been a super troll move, right? In order to get you to read that out, which I presume that's what you thought it was, right? It's like, why would I read that out? Nathan's going mental as it is.
Right.
It wouldn't have helped.
No.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was funny, I thought.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've seen my.
Hang on, Charles. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm still looking for that R value measurement, by the way.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a bit, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen my dissection of Quantum Eraser. He and I had this run-in, multiple run-ins over the years, but it was a couple years ago. It was like pressure differential. He didn't know how to compute a pressure differential. But people have been asking, am I going to do that to Nathan? And I can't do it because I genuinely don't think Nathan's all there. I mean, I think what we saw was like kind of like a broken man. Like he couldn't stop repeating himself over and over and over again. Like he could not.
Sorry. We've been repeating the same question for 5 years, bro.
Yeah, but you're skipping step one. That's the thing. You can't. The radius of what? Radius of what? Radius of a circle, radius of a cylinder, radius of a cone.
Hang on. Do you claim Earth is a sphere?
Absolutely.
It has to have a radius value.
Of course, and it's been measured many, many times. But if when I say you, if somebody, Joe Schmo, does not believe the Earth is a sphere, me telling that person how the radius is measured literally doesn't make any sense. If Joe Schmo believes the Earth is flat, for instance, when I say the method doesn't make sense because you don't believe the Earth is a sphere. So that's why I say step one. Step one is to figure out the shape of the Earth.
Wouldn't you have to dig to the center to measure the radius?
Yeah. Well, but then and how would you know that you were at the center?
These are I didn't even think about that question for you, but yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to keep going. You'd have to find the diameter.
Exactly. Yes, exactly, and then cut it in half.
And then how would you know that was a diameter and not a chord?
Oh man! So are you sure? Are you sure about Are you sure about this radius? Because
yes, definitely sure. That's the fun thing about geometry is that you can use it to analyze things. I can give you a triangle on a sheet of paper made with 3 straight lines, not on a ball, and I could say, you know what? I only know 2 of these angles, and then you'd come up to me and you're like, well, you know what? I know the third angle. I'd be like, wow, how do you know the third angle? You don't even have a protractor, And it's like, well, literally all you need to know is 2 angles of any triangle, and there you go. You a little bit of math. You do the third. It's like you don't even have to. Like somebody could have a coffee cup sitting on the third angle. And you could still know how to measure it. Without a protractor. You could literally rip that corner of the paper off, and you'd still know what that angle was. And that's geometry.
Triangles have 180 degrees, right?
Exactly. Exactly. We've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Not Sean Hawkins, is that how do you find the radius of the Earth? How do you find the diameter of the Earth? Well, it's like you don't have to do it by drilling through the core and coming out the other side. There are analytical ways, but most of these ways literally don't make sense if you don't believe the Earth is a sphere. So that's why I say don't start with step 2, find the size. You got to start with step 1, find the shape. So,
can I ask you how are you with logic?
I'm not good with formal logic. Like I never studied logic as a topic. I mean, I'm informally okay with it, but like as far as like setting up the structures of if-then statements and things like that, I have no training in that whatsoever.
Wait, it's just putting stuff together.
I could half-ass it off the top of my head, but I don't know the structures. I don't know the names of the structures and things like that.
Well, we've been doing a big thing just recently about proof, right?
Yeah.
It's been harder and harder to get people to tell us if what they think a proof is.
Yes.
Now, are you in the camp that proofs are obtainable in reality, or
I'm 99% of the camp that, or 99.9% of the camp that you can quote unquote prove things in reality. The other 0.1% is like, well, technically scientific proof doesn't exist. And you've heard that argument a million times. There's a million videos on how scientific proof doesn't exist. So it's like, as long as you put proof in quotation marks, like people use the word proof informally. I use the word proof informally. Like I could say, I've proven the shape of the Earth. It's like, but not scientifically, not technically. I've proven it for myself, for my own satisfaction. But, and I could prove it for somebody else if they were to believe my logic, which DITRH it doesn't, isn't going to do that. So as long as we keep the word proof in sort of an informal, sense, that's kind of where I am.
So could you define what you call as a proof? Because that was the other thing, right? Because
we've had this conversation before.
Yeah, I know, but I was just saying. You said to Nathan that you've got stuff and videos, right, that people can work through, yes. Right? So of those videos, what would you say is the best proof that you have within those videos? Do you have any proof structured within the video?
Well, no, it's really just a matter of making measurements and, the accusation that I'm doing false dichotomy. That's why I told Nathan, like, that's the one thing that you could probably accuse me of is false dichotomy. So I compare the globe model, geometrically speaking, the quote unquote most popular flat Earth model, geometrically speaking. But I say, go outside and make these measurements. Like, for example, the size of the moon, measure the angular size of the moon. From moonrise to moonset to moon peak, over your head. And, if it maintains its size, then that kind of is a disqualifying, or at least it really appears to be a disqualifying indicator for the most common flat Earth model. Like if the moon is genuinely coming towards the observer and genuinely moving away from the observer, but meanwhile you observe the actual moon and it doesn't change size by 1 pixel, you take photos of it all day, all night, and it doesn't change by 1 pixel, then like there's a little bit of a problem with the notion that the moon is moving towards you and away from you. It doesn't prove it's a globe. Right? It doesn't prove it's a globe, but it does kind of lead credence to that it's the same distance away.
Yeah, but it says like it's an object moving forwards and backwards, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that the moon
whose model is that? Because to be honest with you, I can't say that I've ever heard anybody that say that it is.
Yeah, it's not. When I say towards the observer and away from the observer, I'm not meaning directly towards you and directly away from you. You know, I mean, you're familiar with the most common quote-unquote flat Earth map. You know, the circular one, the North Pole is in the middle. And so if the sun and the moon are traveling circles, and then just pick any observer, just literally anywhere on Earth, with sole exception of the North Pole. And now again, this is a straw man argument, but
excuse me. You know that.
Sorry. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Hold on a second.
As a muscle.
No, I was gonna say, like, he's got roosters too. A little late.
You guys, am I here?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
You've got the usual shite mic though, Rob, so bear
I'm
with us.
sorry. As a muscle, equidistant projection is a projection of a globe model.
What?
It's not a flat Earth map, Charles.
On this interlude, I will chime in and say that the Pac-Man map has a flat. It is a flat map that is accurate and to scale.
All right, so I did hear that. I do apologize. My phone, I've got a 4-year-old Android phone, and specifically the alarms. Sometimes the alarm goes off, but it doesn't give you a notification screen, and so there's like literally no way of turning off the alarm. So, yeah, I'm sorry. You were talking about the
wrestling.
Yeah.
Your flat Earth map is a globe map.
It's like a marching band.
That's above my head. Those are my children.
Oh,
in
right.
the kitchen above my head.
Okay.
I figured.
I thought you were like Sleeping Warrior on the treadmill.
Oh, that's too funny. No.
First and last time.
I'm going back on mute. Sorry. Damn, he got some big feet.
So, oh my goodness, what were we talking about? My rooster goes off and like
You're as a muscle, equidistant.
Yeah, that Gleason's map. Although apparently Gleason himself.
That's not a flat Earth map.
Apparently Gleason himself was a flat earther. Like he wrote a book, and sort of centered around that. Even though that map.
You know, you're very centered around these models, right?
Yeah, well, I just try to go with like what are most people talking about? You know, like most people, I think, in the flat Earth debate subscribe to some form of.
You're not in a flat Earth
map,
debate right now.
This is.
Yeah.
When I mean debate, I mean in a casual sense, the discussion. But
that's
actually, all right.
discussion.
So I remember.
Can we not?
I remember what I was talking about.
Discussion.
Yeah. So you had asked about like moving towards and moving away. I don't mean moving directly towards and moving directly away. So even if you're talking about the Pac-Man map, even on the Pac-Man map, the sun and the moon, you know, if they're traveling above the plane, they are getting either slightly closer to or slightly further away than the observer. By a factor of like at least 2 to 1 by most observers. So it's like at some point in their trajectory, they're twice as far away, and at other points in their trajectory, they're twice as close. So, you know, the idea that we don't see any size change in one day or one night is, you know, doesn't prove the globe, but it's one thing that is aligned with the globe and disaligned with these models. Unless you say, well, the moon doesn't really exist. No, but it's like,
just a light
kind of
in
is
the
a little
sky,
bit of an easy out, you know. So.
It's just a light in the sky, as far as I know.
Yeah, that's an easy out, but the observations, you know, can be
observations of the light in the sky. I've done them myself. I can't touch it. Can you?
This is true. You cannot touch it.
So how do you know what it is? What can you do other than look at it?
Yeah, well, if I can make observations of it, and those observations are 100% aligned with my model affliction, then like that, you know, every time I observe it, it doesn't disprove my model. I mean, it doesn't prove my model, but it's like, you know, after so many thousand measurements and observations and by people all over the over
yeah, but
Earth, I was going to say
could
all over
do
the globe.
also, couldn't I? Right, and not have a model, take all of those measurements exactly the same as you have, and be in exactly the same position of it not doing anything other than me having a load of measurements of something in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, people are always free to take a jigsaw puzzle and just dump the pieces in a bag, and you still have the pieces. But
no, you're
doing
is
yeah, those
you're
the
fitting
time
the pieces onto a model, like rather
you're
than
given
just
the data
compiling
shape.
the data.
I'm sorry, you both were talking at the same time.
Yeah,
Say it again.
Rather than just compiling the data and putting all of the data together and saying, there you go, there's the data on the sheet. You're taking that data and trying to fit it and wrap it around a model that you've perceived.
Or instead of me trying to fit it around a model, what if people were asking questions about like what is the Earth? And then they analyzed the data and they concluded that the Earth was a globe. And then the more it was studied, the more the careful measurements agreed that they weren't like forcing the measurements to agree, like they just agreed.
What measurements though?
Well, sun, moon, stars, geodetic
Angles.
surveying, you know, the whole thing.
Angles.
Yeah, the same data.
Wait a minute. You said geodetic surveying, like you went sun, moon, stars, geodetic surveying.
Yes. So
Like,
observing.
how's that the same?
It's not the same. I'm just saying
Well,
all the
why
data.
did you
it all
slip
agrees.
geodetic surveying in there?
Because sun, moon, stars. So we're looking up.
Yeah.
Geodetic surveying. We're looking at the Earth. Okay, so we're
Right,
we're
well, yeah,
looking
but
up.
they're
We're looking
completely
down.
different.
No.
Like looking at the lights in the sky and measuring angles, right, is not the same as geodetic surveying, or as we call it, surveying.
Right. Oh yeah. No, I never claimed that it was. I'm just saying all data gathering.
Yeah.
Right. Examine the moon. Just focus just on the moon.
Right. Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
wait a minute.
Then focus just on the sun.
You took those out of the equation by saying geodetic surveying, like, because that is where we know about, right? All you're doing with anything in the lights in the sky is measuring an angle, and as we know, you can do fuck all with an angle.
Well, I think you can do quite a bit with angles.
With an angle, one angle.
Well, I mean a single angle. So yeah, you've got nothing with a single angle. So that's why I always tell people take multiple measurements. Take for example, you take the full moon. You measure the size of the full moon. That's one angle.
Yep.
Now, if you go to bed and don't do anything with it, you have F all, as you might colorfully say. You have a single angle. You can't do anything with a single angle. I'm with you there, okay?
Yeah.
But it's when you measure multiple angles, especially
but that's only
in
still
families.
Single angles, isn't it? Like you've got one, let's say 17 degrees, and then you've got another one that's say 16 degrees. And
What do you
another
measure?
angle. Each one of these angles individually, you can do fuck all with.
Yeah, right. Individually, absolutely. What
Yeah,
if you were to put them together? What if you were to put these observations
You would
together?
have a
coordinate
series of singular angles that you could do fuck all with.
Yeah, but earlier you had said by itself, this thing proves nothing, right? And then you were like, and then with this thing that by itself proves nothing, and then with this thing that by itself proves nothing. So you put all these nothing proofs together, and somehow you come to a proof.
Well, and again, you put the word proof in quotation marks, right?
Or, whatever
Well,
you
this
want
is
to, whatever you want to call
geometry.
it.
You can't just say that, right? If you can do fuck all with that angle, you can do fuck all with that one. You can do fuck all with that one, like right the hand says. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put them all together. 5 nothings make fuck all. You've still
so
got
here's
nothing.
something, because you're a geometry guy. So what if I were to give you one angle that's 30 degrees, and another angle which is 60 degrees? Then you'd say, well, I've got no f all, right? I just gave you two f all angles. That's f all. But what if I told you that those two angles were two angles in a triangle?
Yeah, but when you are measuring
Now all of a sudden
one
you know
angle to a
something.
light in the sky, you
No,
do
but
not have two angles to the same
but you're not-
triangle.
you're not-
You've got a false equivocation there.
Okay,
You're adding
but
another angle. We know you can work out a triangle, right? But if
but
you've
you're
got
missing my
one
point.
angle, you have not got a triangle. That's why we
Sure.
say you've got fuck all.
Right. But
Right.
but the point that I'm trying to make to you is that, and I think I forget who exactly said it, but it's like if you've got a bunch of individual things where individually they make nothing, it is not true that put them all together and you still have nothing. Like nothing plus nothing equals nothing. Because I just told you, it's like if you have one angle,
Yeah.
it doesn't give you any information. If you give another angle, that doesn't give you any information. But if you know the fact that those are two angles in
But
one
they're
triangle,
not, are
now
they?
you know.
You are not
Now-
making another measurement from the light in the sky back again to finish the triangle.
I
You
didn't
are
say anything about lights in
still
the sky.
starting with one angle of one side of one
I'm not
triangle.
telling you anything about the lights in the sky.
That's what you were talking about. You've swapped it for some reason.
I've been talking about lots of different things, but when I
Okay.
say two angles,
Yeah, well,
now
I
all of a
know,
sudden they're-
like,
they're-
yes,
they're-
when
they're on
we
a
say
triangle.
you can do fuck all with an angle, we're not talking about two angles of a triangle, because
Why not?
that's two angles of a triangle.
But that one angle is f all and another angle is f all, but now all of a sudden we have more than
Yeah, but
f all. We
you-
have actually
yeah,
have
like
something.
you're doing
We
it
have something
again.
meaningful.
You're going to a different position on the same triangle and getting another angle. If all you're doing is measuring an angle to the light in the sky and then another angle to the light in the sky at a different time, and then another angle to the light in the sky at a different time, you are not getting to three angles for the same triangle. You're getting
never
one
said you were.
angle for each individual triangle, meaning you've
but I
got
think-
nothing but angles.
I think you're completely 100% missing my point. My point is not about a triangle. Okay? My point is not about a triangle. My point is possible to have two pieces of information where those separate pieces of information mean nothing, right? Then all of a sudden, if you coordinate them, if you put these two pieces of information together, that gives you something. That's my point. My point is not angles to stuff in the sky or,
Well,
or
that's what
putting
we were
triangles or
talking
making
about. That's
triangles.
the point of me saying you can't do fuck all with an angle. Meaning,
Right.
if
With
you're
an angle,
measuring
with
just
an
one
angle.
angle, you can do
You
fuck
measure just
all.
one angle. Yes, I'm
And
with
if you
there.
measure another angle of a different triangle, you've still only got one angle.
But what
right?
if there are no triangles involved, though? That's the
If
thing
there's
you're missing.
only
What
an
if there are no
angle,
triangles
there is
involved?
no triangles involved. That's the point of me saying it. If
Yes,
you
and I'm
only
in
have
complete agreement
one
with you.
angle,
I'm
brilliant.
completely
That's
in
good.
agreement with
That's
you.
good. So, if you've got
There
a
you go.
triangle, though, then you can actually predict and measure things, providing you have at least one angle and one side and a guaranteed right angle triangle.
Right,
That's
right,
when
right.
you
They call it
can
what?
do things with them, right?
Hypotenuse leg. Right, hypotenuse leg. There's various triangular proofs. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So that's with more than just one angle, though, right?
Yes,
Right, okay.
absolutely.
I'm just trying to get it, like, because we in the future there are going to be people wandering round with sextants. You know them, about the age of Boomer. And they're going to be wandering around with an angle measuring device saying they can do wondrous things with this angle measuring device. And every time they measure an angle all they have is one angle. Right?
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, if you put that together with, like, say, a nautical almanac, you have you have more than just an angle. You actually have a piece of information that you can,
Well,
like if I measure one angle to some celestial object, I can't tell my position on Earth. So you are correct, but you don't have nothing.
Yeah, you've got
right?
one
you
angle.
don't have nothing.
Yeah, you have an angle.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I were to look up in the sky and see Sirius, I could tell you right now, I'm not standing in Philadelphia, because I don't think Philadelphia could see Sirius. I think, isn't Sirius the brightest star in the southern hemisphere?
I haven't got a
Anyway, but like, so little things like that,
clue.
If
So,
I'm,
but
if I'm
you,
looking
let's
up
say you
and I
measure
see,
an angle of 67 degrees.
like say to the Southern Cross. Right?
Well, I wouldn't know. Let's
crux
say
or
you
something,
measure an angle of 67 degrees.
Yes.
What do you do with that?
Well, to what? 67
A
degrees to
star.
what? Okay, which star?
Pick one.
Why don't we say
Doesn't matter.
the Southern Cross? Well, the top star on the Southern Cross.
Fair enough.
Well, what could I do with that?
Yep.
I could tell you that I'm not standing in United States or Canada or Europe, because none of these places can see the Southern Cross in the sky. All right, but you could figure out where on Earth you can see the Southern Cross in the sky, and then you can narrow it down even further. Where can you see the Southern Cross at 60 degrees? And you get narrower and narrower and narrower. You can't locate a pinpoint. You can't say, I live in the city.
You're getting more information than just that angle, right? You're there with your sextant, just you, sextant, 67 degrees. Actually,
Right.
you can have your magic book. Sextant, magic book, boom, 67 degrees, light in the sky.
Right. Yes, that would give you a circle on a model affliction shape of the Earth, and your location is probably somewhere on that circle. And that circle may be 1,000 miles in circumference. It may be 2,000 miles in circumference, but it is a line that is drawn on my
2,000 miles in
model
circumference.
afflicted.
So where did you get that from?
I just made that up. I mean, I don't know what 67 degrees to the Southern Cross would give me, but it would give me a circle on the model affliction shape of the Earth that I'm stuck on.
Okay, so the angle, when we say you can do fuck all with an angle, you say, no, I can draw a circle.
I could draw a circle on a sphere, yes. That doesn't tell me where I am. Like, that doesn't, I'm still lost at sea.
You can draw
But,
a circle on a sphere.
Yeah. I mean, like, the simplest analogy, Bev, is measuring the angle to Polaris. If you measure the angle to Polaris, that gives you your latitude, like within less than a degree, within a fraction of a degree.
Okay. Well, wait a minute before we go there. When you say the angle to Polaris,
Angle of elevation.
Right, from
horizontal.
From horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay.
However you want to do it, you could use a
elevation?
bubble level. You could use a bubble sextant. They exist.
Does it have to be at the same elevation?
Sorry?
Does it have to be at the same elevation?
No, when I say elevation, I mean just pointing up in the sky, not elevation as in like measured in feet or miles, but just pointing up in the sky. But what's the angle you make with horizontal?
Yeah,
where
but,
horizontal
like
is
I say,
established by a bubble level.
Yeah, could I, for instance, here go to the top of Snowdon and establish a horizontal, and then measure an angle?
Polaris, yes.
To Polaris, and would that be the same as if I went to Southport Beach?
Well, you know what? Actually, now that you think about it, I think it would be really, really, really close. I haven't done the math. I think it would be.
Do you know how you measure angles?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it all depends on angles to what. You can do it in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, from the horizon to.
Well, not necessarily to the horizon. I mean, the horizon does have a drop. So, if you were using a sextant...
Yeah, but I mean, let's say you're going from a horizontal from Snowdon and measuring to the light in the sky. Would that be
Yeah,
the
or so
same as
using a
me
bubble
being at
sextant.
sea level and measuring the angle from there to the light in the sky? I mean, they would be different angles, wouldn't they?
I don't think they would.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think they would, because I think is Snowdon, is that a mountain in the UK, or
Yeah.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it would make much of a difference because it's the mountain is so small compared to the Earth. I don't know. I haven't run the numbers, but I don't think it would make much of a difference.
Haven't run the numbers.
Yeah, meaning I haven't done the elevation. I haven't figured out how the elevation of surface objects would affect your, say, reading of latitude. But it's a great question.
I would say that elevation would be vital.
Yeah, if you were going to be measuring against the horizon, the dip angle is definitely something with most sextants. Most sextants are designed to look at the horizon.
The dip angle to what?
The horizon. But that's why I was saying we use a bubble sextant so that you're literally measuring an angle of elevation from horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, but
so you don't even need to see the horizon. Like the horizon could be stuck in fog, and as long as you have clear skies above,
Yeah, and you're not too sure whether elevation would matter.
Yeah, I mean it's a great question. I haven't tried it.
Well, I'll tell you now.
Two guys who would know.
I'll tell you now. Absolutely, it's vital when measuring angles to get the same elevation. Absolutely vital.
Yeah, well, two guys that would know are Blue Marble Science and George Nick. We're both in the chat.
Shout out to the chat trolls. Yeah, welcome. Boomer Squad. These are the most model afflicted boomers that we have, come into the chat for text.
I have to tip my hat to both George and Blue, because they've forgotten more physics than I've ever learned, so.
You just made me really sad, Charles.
I'm so sorry. But yeah. Anyway, it's a fun conversation.
I thought you were doing really well.
I was doing right up until I praised the enemy. Hey, it's always a pleasure talking with you, Bev, and the rest of your crew. Did not Sean Hawkins leave? I don't see his name there. But, so yeah, I'm gonna push off. I don't want to monopolize your show. I really appreciate the invite. It's always a pleasure speaking with you.
If you find out, send us your best proof, and we'll go and have a look over the video.
Yeah, well,
and see what everybody thinks of it.
What's really important though, Bev, what's really important is that I don't do proofs on my channel, because proofs don't convince anybody on either side of the argument. What I try to do with my channel is I try to encourage people to go outside and make these measurements themselves. Because proofs, flush them down the garbage. I mean, you can actually have a proof that says 1 equals 2. I don't know if you're familiar. I'm a math teacher, and there's a very famous proof where the conclusion of the proof is that 1 equals 2. And what you have to do is you have to back up in the proof and find out where the flaw in the
not
thinking
a proof, is it? Come on.
Well, there's a flaw in the argument. So
it's
it
obviously
looks like
not true, because if you've got a proof that 1 is 2, then 1 is 2. You've got a proof, but it's not,
right,
because 1 is 1. That's fucking ridiculous. Don't
make
a proof that proves that proofs don't exist. It's ridiculous.
The point I'm trying to make, Bev, is that obviously you are correct. 1 is not equal to 2. There's this mathematical proof structure that has a flaw in it, and the flaw is hidden very cleverly
within numbers. Yes, you can trick people with numbers. Yes, we know that.
Absolutely.
Yes. Not with logic.
So that's why I don't have proofs on my channel.
Not with logic. Though. Can I just run this past you as a quick logic? This is how we started the night. They're going to be having to go over it tomorrow, right? So if I say the statement, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. How would that sound to you as just a quick statement?
Yeah. If the Earth were flat, that would make perfect sense.
What,
if the Earth were
horizontals
any
being
other
parallel?
shape, then if the Earth were any other shape, then there is no plane of the horizon, because the horizon is actually a curved line. So the plane of the horizon
before you go,
make sense.
what shape is flat?
I'm sorry, what?
He's got really shy,
What
Mike. He
shape?
said, what shape is flat?
Yeah, well, I mean, in geometry, a plane, a plane,
Yeah.
is literally the definition of something that is, has zero thickness.
Two-dimensional.
It's exactly. It's two-dimensional. It has length. It has width. It does not have to be the XY plane or the YZ plane. It could be any, draw any 3 points in space and connect them with a flat surface, and you have a plane. You have a flat surface. But
Earth is not two-dimensional.
yeah, no. We didn't say anything about the Earth. You said what shape is flat, and the answer is a plane. Plane.
No, you did say about the
Earth
shape
is not
of the
flat.
Earth. You said that logic would stand on a flat Earth. Well, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about in reality. But
that's
what you
my
associated
argument,
that with.
My pushback on your statement about, I think if I could just repeat it back, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other, or something like that.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that, like, what if you don't believe that the horizon is a plane? The horizon is actually a curved line.
It's made up of true or false statements.
Yeah.
So, but the other pushback I'm going to give you, Bev, the other pushback is let's say somebody's facing north and they're like, oh, I look at the horizon, I'm going to make a horizontal.
Uh-huh.
And then you turn 90 degrees and you face east and you say, I see the horizon, it's horizontal.
Uh-huh.
Those two horizontals are not parallel to each other.
Yeah, they are. The planes of each of them, yes.
Well, the plane of horizontal, is that what you said? The plane of horizontal? Plane?
Yeah, the horizontal
Okay.
plane.
Then that works perfectly well on a flat Earth, but it does not work on a globe.
Right. Yeah. What about
So
in reality, though? Forget about your models.
Well, it depends on what reality is. If reality is that the Earth is flat, then your thing holds. But
reality
but
is
the horizon,
measured, though,
the horizon
right?
clearly curves. So
What?
you can't say that it has a
No,
plane.
it doesn't.
Wait, what? Clearly? How clearly? Clearly
Any-
how? Like,
any-
to me, it clearly does not. So you're gonna have to back
well,
that
I mean,
one
if
up.
you examine any footage at altitude,
Yeah, I've done that.
There's some people who with
Oh boy.
using straight edges and photographing at lower elevations, but then they have to squash the photo down. That's
So, question then.
Why would you squash it?
My question is this: so you're saying that, like, assuming if I did not go and study footage at elevation, I wouldn't realize this. Like, I haven't done that. Like, I haven't looked at photo.
No, but I mean, it looks flat. The horizon looks flat, but if you use very, very careful instrumentation, you can detect the curve at lower elevations. It's much
What
obvious.
instrumentation?
That's false.
I'm sorry.
What is the instrumentation that I would use to do that?
Oh well, if you have a like one of these 6-foot builders levels, and then you set up a camera, and then you set the builders level up so that it's coinciding with the horizon. It has to be a crystal clear day with no haze, and then you take an image where the builders level, which is perfectly flat, is juxtaposed against the horizon. Then you take that photo and you squash it down so that left to the right, it's 1/50th the size. Then you can perceive a little bit of a tiny little curve. But that's
that ruler would do the same thing.
You really don't think
that ruler would do the exact same thing if you measured the ruler and squished the ruler would do the exact same thing. Did you know that?
it's just because
no,
all
I
these
do not.
curve.
I do not know that.
Just the
Yeah,
distortion.
because you're not your model is getting in the way.
So
Driving
if you photograph it with a wide angle lens, you want to make sure that both the builder's horizon or builder's level and the horizon are crossing the center of the frame. They're not crossing the center of the frame. Of a wide angle lens, yes. Because otherwise, wide angle lenses distort.
Yeah.
If you
Don't use wide angle lens.
Yeah. But if you go up at elevation, there's been a bunch of high altitude balloons sent up by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, and again, you just got to be very, very careful with what lenses you're using, and but then you can see the curve much more readily. One of the things about
distortion
No,
of
you
the
can see a compressed image.
It
no,
is
not a
you can
compressed.
see-
When you're at elevation, you don't need to compress the image.
It's all you're seeing.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, but I'm not here to convince you guys. Bev was running something by me, and all I was doing was giving a little bit of model afflicted globe Earth pushback. So,
Yep. One quick question. I put something into the live text chat.
that the video
Yes,
video 0.mov of a bubble level.
Well, yeah, it's like 45 seconds long. I think it goes to what you were saying. That's
Okay, so like sighting down. All right, so this is going to be looking for like horizon dip, and it appears to be near.
no,
zero.
it's not looking for. It's not looking for anything.
Right. Well, or it's looking.
Just a video to show somewhat of what you're talking about.
No,
it's
the
not.
video.
It's not
The video
to prove
spends
anything
time at the
one way or
bottom of the level, not at the top. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's next to the bottom, and the horizon is, a smidge below quote unquote level. That's what I'm seeing. Horizon is below level.
Yes,
Is
below
what you want me
that
to say?
level, at that height.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and actually, it's much more distinctive. Like if there was a video where the guy, was at the beach, and then he was up at 1,000 feet, and then he went and he climbed the nearest mountain. So he was at 10,000 feet, and he kept looking out at the Pacific, and he had this literally at a bubble level with him, and he kept sighting down the bubble level, and the horizon, kept dropping. Oh.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody were to do that at the beach with an auto level and then go to like 100 feet and do the same thing with an auto level.
I don't like it though.
It's
Just the design. Like there's no clips, like it's not sealed. No, it's like weird design. Like it
Rob.
I'm just gonna chatter.
There you go.
All right, I'm gonna take off. It was really a pleasure talking
Okay.
with you, kind folks.
Thanks for
you
helping
always
out.
roll out the red carpet. I appreciate everything.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
be
you.
ready for showing you that proof soon as well. Give us a couple of
Okay.
weeks to get this sorted out.
Thanks. I appreciate all that you guys do and your kindness. I mean, it's just like civility really is lacking in a lot of these corners. So
Yeah.
thank
Well,
you so
yeah,
much.
Thanks for popping in.
All right. Thanks for the invite. And
Cheers.
I'm gonna sign off now. Take care. Bye bye.
you. Nice. Always nice to hear from Math. And that little bit of help on the logic, the end of the horizontal logic, right? That was good, right? Always good to hear that the way that horizontals being parallel would only seem to work on what they call a flat earth. I mean, like, we are just coming from reality and giving logic from reality, and like Spot On was saying earlier, and that's what we actually practically use in reality. But maths seem to think
It's
it was
just-
a flat earth. I mean, that's really weird, isn't
It's
it?
just frustrating at the end when you go through it and you go through logical steps like that. And then it's almost like he wants to agree, but then, model affliction. Yeah, that would work, I guess, but only if it's on a flat earth.
Yeah.
It's frustrating to listen to, at least for me.
But I mean, yeah, but listening to him, like, and it makes you think, like, They always perceive me as being a flat earther, even though I've said, look, I am not a flat earther. Right? I'm just coming at from what I know and what we can prove and all of that. And when we make the statement level is horizontal, that's all we're trying to do, and go through the logical steps and all of that. And then he says, well, yeah, that would work, but only on a flat earth. And we say, again, that may be the problem that you're having. Like, I'm not a flat earther. I live in reality. They seem to perceive reality as flat earth. No wonder they're struggling.
Well, to justify things like taking a picture and then with a wide angle lens and then compressing it and saying that, there you go, now you can see the earth curve. It doesn't really hit home until even Rob pointed it out. You know, the ruler that you're using is a look curved too. Aha. Okay. Well,
but that goes back. That was hypocrisy to me. That a few minutes ago he said mathematically I could prove that 1 is 2, and then he says, yeah, but if you find the flaw in that and it's not a proof. Okay, fine. Let's use that logic or line of thinking. You get to take a picture of a level up against the horizon, use a wide angle lens. Well, isn't that saying 1 is 2 without finding the fault in the line of thinking?
Yes.
So, right. So if you say you do that and compress it and it shows a curve, well, don't you think you're missing part of the problem where there's a flaw, that there's no such thing as a lens that's not curved? Where you're going to see that distortion when you start compressing it and messing with an image.
Well, not to mention, yeah, exactly. A wide angle lens is naturally like that. But I think
there's no lens, like every single picture or photo you'll take has distortion in it.
Well, sure, but I think that even more kind of like a 10,000 foot view on the whole thing is, he's saying that, like, when you brought up the example of 1 equals 2, that's a proof. Well, that's not necessarily a proof. That's an ending statement.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, but he's kind of presented that as, I can prove that, but there's a riddle in along the way. So I think the proof has to have true statements, just like logic, true statements or false statements that can be proven, that can be shown to be true or false along the way, and then the proof. You can't just skip all of that and say, here's the proof.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I have it as a process. Proof must be presentable, well defined, and explained to the peers so that they can then get it. Yeah, I've took the process out of it. Yeah, step by step. But I mean, that proof that you could have 1 equal 2 is absolutely ridiculous. That's P equals Q.
Yeah.
It literally, how can you say that P equals Q is your proof? You've got a proof where the law of non-contradiction is broken. Like, ridiculous.
Now it's up to you to go back and prove how it's not the right thing, the right answer.
Find the trick.
Yeah. Where's the riddle?
Yeah. I mean, that you shouldn't be doing that, especially within maths. Right? I hope at some point he never teaches that to a child.
Oh, that's what he said he did.
Yeah. I know. Foolish, I would say. Right, are you back? You ready back, Rob? You don't want to come off the mic. You were talking about your work.
Sorry.
No problem. See, look at there's people coming in now. Is this a better time for people to do this? It's a bit late for me, but...
Yeah, work's almost done for most people.
More of the American crowd, is it? This sort of time.
Did we agree on Thursday for Euclid? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. We've got to get it started, haven't we? You know, like we've got to have that foundation of the logic or whatever.
I think it's a good, like how to say it, like what can you use logic for practically? Like what can you employ it to do? And yeah, so I think it's a really good topic to go into, probably more than once more, you know.
Yeah, we have to go over it quite a lot. Yeah. Over and over and over it. But I mean, I don't know, I like the idea of the logic. It's the conversation that's generated by that simple horizontal parallel logic it's going to be good fun to see what the team of the Adult Globe Earth Discord members make of that. I hope so. I mean, I think Math said that it was just curved. It's a pretty easy way out of it, isn't it? But I can't see
clearly
in mathematics, how do you have a definition of a horizontal being parallel to the plane of the horizon if the horizon's curved? I mean, how do you have something that's parallel to it? That's a tricky one, I would say. But it's an instant, you know, it's an instant go-to as a quick get out.
Get out of jail free card with that one, yeah.
Well, he was already on his way out, so I can't blame that logic for him leaving. But I did need to get it out before he left. Right, the hand was doing a bit of smoozing with him. I like that. I don't know where you went. I blanked out. I do. You went to Fantasyland or something. That was it. That was interesting. Some sci-fi programs. I blank out whenever I hear that sort of stuff.
Oh, the Langle. You should. Yeah, it's a good show. The Langle. Well, it was a. They made it in a movie too.
Yeah, I don't watch telly at all, so I wouldn't have a clue about any of that stuff. So sorry.
Oh, I saw this 20 years ago.
Sci-fi he was talking about some. Oh, Black Mirror I think he was talking about as well, wasn't he? I think I saw that.
Yeah, Netflix.
I think that when you were talking about confirmation bias, I think that was used throughout the entire rest of the conversation when he was talking to Bev, and even, you know, with the plane of the horizon towards the end. Again, where he tried to have it compressed for, you know, a curve from side to side, because that's the only way he can make that model work. Is if there's got to be some curve in there somewhere. So I'm going to say it's obviously curved. And then when we say somebody pushes back against it's obviously curved, well, you can take a picture and compress it, and then there's a little bit of curve there. So I think that there's comfort like that. That's good enough evidence for me, because it's pretty much what I think anyway, without really looking into it and really, you know, putting it under the microscope for consistency.
Yeah, no, it's all, you know, and one of the points I wanted to make was, well, how do you think Lord Stephen Christ got to his thing? He wants to prove a concave, so of course everything's going to prove a concave.
Yeah. It's part of the same stuff. It's the inside of the other geometry. It's the orbit geometry, but put on the floor. It's just a confusion of a geometry geometric model. The concave. It's the inversion. Geometrically, of course. But, you know, similar problems. And I find it interesting that they can think that there is another curved model that's the exact inversion of it. I don't know. He could envision it, which is strange to me. I can't. Still interesting talk. And he's getting to like Sean.
Sean's a nice guy.
Yeah. He just got a bit mad about his super chat.
In the moment, maybe I. Alright, so later on I said he can keep the money, so not a big deal.
It was a genius troll move. I would have thought it would have been a genius troll move. But the way he went mad afterwards, after saying that he didn't read it out, I realised it wasn't a troll move. He was being serious. He wanted Matt to read that out as though it was a serious thing. Like, we've just measured R. Stop being silly, Nathan, asking for R. R's been measured. I'm sure it would have gone down a treat.
Several people have done it lots of times.
Yeah. Yeah, now stop asking for it. On to the next question. I mean, I would, like, you always... we did hear that, you know, like, show me how you need R for that and all of that sort of stuff, but that's obvious the problem, isn't it? And if you keep bringing it up, then you're sort of still showing them their model. It's a rather weird tactic. When we know how soon it shuts down conversation, bringing the model into the conversation. See the way Math was happy talking about space fantasies and sci-fi stuff with Right the Hand. Sean. But it got different as soon as we started talking about the model. It's too dear. It's like the best friend. To hug him. Big E. My best mate. Don't you upset Big E. I'm wondering whether this model thing goes into any other arenas. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it, because of the way you kept going to the politics sort of thing, Republican, Democrat, like it's like a two-party system. Is that what you've got over there? Is there no other one at all? At least in the UK we have like independent parties and stuff like that.
Yeah, we do. It's just they get so little votes. It's
yeah, but there still is another choice, right? It isn't just that this or that. It's just that you're forced into this or that because, you know, there are, you know, you choose
the right option.
do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
You're wasting your vote because even though it's the better choice, it's pointless to pick it because nobody else will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just takes away from the other.
Which makes no fucking sense,
It's
right?
not a false dichotomy, though, right? You know, like, for you to use the analogy of the Republican Democrat, when there is other things for you to choose from, the fact that you don't choose them, it doesn't make it a false dichotomy, right? There are other choices. It's just that the argument that you go into with Republican Democrat, you narrow the field to a false dichotomy. It's the same as the globe and flat earth thing, right? There are other choices. It's just that within the argument, the people that are arguing it just say there's only two, and that you have to then fit into them. But you don't have to. It's just the people that you're talking to want to be able to narrow you into those two little bands. Yeah, Godzilla. Yeah, we're only after trying to find a baseline. That's where we start. Just go to find the baseline, establish the baseline. Start off with that, and that's where we're on. Horizontal plane, step one. I think we've established it. But, I mean, I know we've established it. It's just whether to build up the proof and where do you get them from? How do you know it? That's what we'll hopefully do. Establish the proof of the first step, establishing the straight line, and then we can establish that the straight line is horizontal. Give it a name. Use that to build upon. In reality, whilst having a chat about basic logic, it's going to be a good day tomorrow. I repeat everyone, we've gone over some logic tonight. Logic night, now every Tuesdays. You go back over the logic. There is some horizontal logic that we went over right at the beginning. We went over all the assumptions. We tried to do it as much as possible. Now that logic, we gave that very logic that we've gone over at the beginning of this show to a guy called Bebby. Now he is going to deliver that logic from reality, a horizontal parallel logic, into the heart of the adult globe earth Discord server, like a little nice, neatly wrapped up, packaged present to take over as a gift to the adult globe earth Discord server. And we shall watch what happens tomorrow, 4 o'clock PM UK. Be there to watch it, or just come into Next Level Discord, and we will be going over it ourselves. Watching it live as it happens.
I really, really hope it's good. So around 4, I'll definitely be here.
How could it not be? Like, you listen to what Matt said. Math. The only way to falsify it is to curve the horizon. I mean, simple.
Yeah, and this is why I brought that point up like very early tonight, is the plane of the horizon. Like that's where the pedal meets the metal here, because that's where you link it to reality. Which is why it's perfect. They can say all they want that the horizontal curves, but you can go and verify afterwards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you're forgetting the his globe. It has to statement.
Yeah. The hidden first axiom of everything.
So yeah, it has been a good night, and thanks everybody for watching. It's heading for 1 o'clock. Anybody want to finish off, round up? I'm gonna have to get off. We are gonna be staying on the Discord.
Yeah, I got one thing to say.
Go on then.
Thanks, Bev.
Interpretation of the data is where you can run into where you start getting afflicted with the model. The data, like Bev was saying, the data doesn't tell you what shape it is. You have to do that in your mind.
Yeah, connecting two pieces of information, you might not be connecting those. That's where you can go. That's where you can go either one way or another, I guess. Or multiple directions, really, and then I guess throw shit against the wall and see what sticks. If you only have two pieces of information and you must make it fit a model.
Oh, I've just dropped the Discord server in the YouTube. If that's everybody done, we will be back. Unless something happens, we will be back Thursday. But if something good happens, I'll click live at any time if there's something interesting happening. But other than that, we will be back Thursday for Euclid from basics, from the start. So
I would really recommend everybody to try and show up for that.
Hopefully you'll get past the line.